There will now be a moment for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. You may be seated. Honourable members, please take your seats. Honourable members, I would like to announce that on today's question paper, there are questions which have been transferred from written to oral questions in terms of Rule 146. Consequently, an additional 30 minutes will also be added to today's question time for this purpose, as provided for in terms of Rule 1375B. I have also been informed that the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture is not available to answer questions today. The Minister has requested, order honourable members, the Minister has requested that the questions stand over in terms of Rules 144.1a and 144.2. The questions will therefore stand over and these questions will be scheduled in consultation with the Programme Committee. I thank you. Honourable Member, Honourable Mente.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. No, Deputy Speaker, I think we have to strengthen our rules. We cannot, this is a very important cluster that deals with daily lives of our people. For Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture to not be here, these were scheduled far ahead of time. There's a minister, there's a deputy, and none of them are available. That is undermining Parliament, but not just Parliament, the people of South Africa. The Sports, Arts and Culture is a very big department that deals with the daily lives of our people. The artists depend on the presence of this person to answer questions so that they can know if their lives tomorrow can be sustained or not. Please, I want to move a motion that the Rules Committee will have to sit and deal with the presence of ministers in the House and make it compulsory daily. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mente. Your point is well noted, and I will indeed refer this to the Speaker for the Rules Committee. We then proceed, Honourable Members, and the only item on today's order paper is questions addressed to Ministers in Cluster 2, Social Services. Parties have given an indication on which questions their members wish to pose a supplementary question. Adequate notice was given to parties for this purpose. The members who will pose supplementary questions will be recognised by the presiding officer. In allocating opportunities for supplementary questions, the principle of fairness, among others, has been applied. When all the supplementary questions have been answered by the Executive, we will proceed to the next question on the question paper. If a member who is supposed to ask a supplementary question through the virtual platform is unable to do so due to technological difficulties, the party whip on duty will be allowed to ask the question on behalf of their member. When all the supplementary questions have been answered by the Executive, we will proceed to the next question on the question paper. The first question has been asked by the Honourable Shabangu to the Minister of Health. The question is, given the dangerous misinformation in the public domain about the lenacapavir HIV capsid inhibitor causes HIV, cancer and other diseases, what are the anticipated side effects and public communication campaigns has his department planned to combat misinformation before it derails the uptake of lenacapavir? The Honourable Minister.
Thanks a lot, Honourable Chair. Let me state up front, Chair, that most medicines and drugs do have side effects. There are very few which don't have any at all. What doctors do is to weigh the benefits versus the cons. So there will always be some few side effects, but many of them are negligible and a lot of patients never feel them. Having said so, I also want to add, lenacapavir does not cause HIV, it does not cause cancer, nor does it cause any other known disease. It is an HIV prevention medicine, specifically as said in the question, an HIV capsid inhibitor, and works by preventing HIV from establishing infection in the body. The anticipated side effects are generally very mild and manageable. For instance, because it's an injection, you can get a reaction on any injection site. It can be red, a little bit painful, a little bit swelling, or it can be itching, or a small lump may harden under the skin, especially that lenacapavir. It has got the depot effect because it's given every 6 months. So it does accumulate under the skin and be titrated bit by bit. So there might be a little bit of swelling there. Sometimes people may experience nausea or even headaches and fatigue. Those are very few side effects which are not severe. But severe reactions are very uncommon and will closely be monitored if they happen. Because for every drug, we have got what you call pharmacovigilance. We have got pharmacovigilance system. The department has also developed a social mobilization and communication plan that includes public campaigns, etc., etc. You are aware that we are working very closely with SANAC, the South African National AIDS Council, which consists of 18 sectors, people living with HIV and AIDS, researchers, academics, international partners, and labor, government, etc. They are all in SANAC, and they were all involved in this, and they will help distribute the information. We also have community health workers, which we do so. We also have a media campaign. One of the most important events, even to inform people and reassure them, is the launch last week, Friday, in Mpumalanga, where we even invited members of parliament, members from the portfolio committee of various parties were there to listen for themselves. So they also help to inform people. Lastly, Chair, actually, because the question here says it may derail uptake, actually the opposite is happening. And we are very disturbed about that. As I'm speaking to you now, our officials are in Kenya, where international agencies have called a meeting to talk about the possible shortage of lenacapavir in this whole region, because at the moment we have just received few doses. So rather than worried that there won't be an uptake, I can assure you the uptake is very fast. Mpumalanga was given 1,800 doses, 400 are already gone. People came to line up to get lenacapavir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Minister.
First supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Shabangu.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for answering that question. You mentioned that the launch was in Mpumalanga, which we believe that is one of the provinces where there's some batch of this lenacapavir. Given the limited doses of the first batch, besides Mpumalanga, which other provinces and health facilities is lenacapavir available? And what procedures do at-risk individuals have to follow to access the drug? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, Chairperson, because we are still studying, every process you start or every plan cannot just start up there, starts at the bottom. As a start, we have distributed lenacapavir by the 5th of June last week when we launched. Lenacapavir was already in 360 health facilities in the high burden districts, but in only 3 provinces. In only 6 provinces. There are 3 provinces which have not yet received lenacapavir because we are planning to give them in the second phase. This is still the first phase. And on our database, we have got a list of those health facilities, hospitals and clinics in the 6 provinces and in the high burden districts where people can go to They'll be guided, or you can go to any clinic, they will guide you because they've got this information where lenacapavir is found. Thank you very much.
Second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Leroux.
Honourable Minister, the Democratic Alliance want to give credit where it is due. The rollout of lenacapavir, a 6-monthly ARV injection that provides remarkable protection against becoming infected with HIV, has the potential to be the tipping point in our fight to bring new HIV infections in South Africa down to from 150,000 a year to under 50,000 and ultimately as close to zero as possible. However, as we saw with the rollout of the implant-on-implant about 10 years ago for contraception, unless communities are well prepared and understand how this new injectable works, uptake might be very low and this golden opportunity lost. Minister, we know that most South Africans get their news from social media these days. Does the department have a dedicated social media officer? And how will the department ensure that the important information about lenacapavir is widely spread on social media? And has any money been put aside for this?
The Honourable Minister.
Yes, the measures we have taken is the development and implementation of frequently asked questions. We are using infographics and key messages, documents specifically designed to address myths and misconceptions, real-time social media monitoring using meltwater to detect, track, and debunk misleading information as it emerges. We are also using live experts, charts, influencer partnerships, and testimonial content on social media platforms to replace harmful narratives with credible peer-endorsed messaging. We also have community-focused groups, and as I said, we are educating the community in many ways. We are going to ask scientists and experts to write media pieces and opinion pieces in the media. We are using almost everything at our disposal. But please, let's understand that as far as social media is concerned, any new treatment or any new disease that comes in, there's a lot of myths that are spread around. It happens around the whole world and it's worse because of social media. It never used to be that bad when there was no social media, but it's worse. And we are trying our best to be prepared for that. But what really is promising is the fact that a lot of people have inquired and they need lenacapavir because they want to do away with HIV and AIDS. Remember, this is not a treatment for HIV. It's not given to people who are HIV positive. It's the opposite. It's given only to people who are negative. That's new. It has never happened before, where we line up people and say, we have tested you, you are negative, you can get lenacapavir. If you are positive, we give you antiretrovirals, as we've been doing over the past 44 years. Thank you very much.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Motubatse.
No, thanks. Thanks, Speaker. I think your last statement ran on what I wanted to say, because the concentration, we anticipate that by 2043, we must be HIV/AIDS free. And in order for us to do that, we need to at least capture about 1 to 2 million people a year. Now, we need the necessary resources. We can't be concentrating this whole campaign in the clinics. We have lost a huge number of people. Do we anticipate, and what is the plan, the budget to get a community-led based campaign with recruiters who can go? And do we have any plan and a budget to get those to go into the communities to say this needs to be done in terms of educating them that it is not only HIV, but it is not HIV positive people, but people who are free of HIV? Do we have a plan and a budget to recruit those young people to help us in that respect? Thanks.
The Honourable Minister.
Yes, we have honourable members. Remember that fortunately, the department by February this year had hired, put on permanent jobs, 27,000 community health workers. Even the clinic where we launched in Mpumalanga, they told us they've got 5 full-time community health workers working in that clinic. Those are the people who go out to the society, link the patients and the clinics. The issue of whether we are going to have a shortage or not, Honorable Mutuwati, it's a real thing around the world. Because as you know, lenacapavir is devilishly expensive. It costs 28,000 American dollars, not rands, American dollars to treat one patient. That is the cost of lenacapavir. But Global Fund moved in to buy 2 million doses for African countries. But the company that produced it, Gilead, was also approached because in terms of the World Intellectual Property Organization rules, they've got 20 years intellectual property rights to have a monopoly to produce lenacapavir. But Gilead was told that the world doesn't have 20 years to wait. And for that reason, they issued 6 voluntary licenses for companies to start producing lenacapavir at the fraction of a cost. The problem that occurred is that the 6 voluntary licenses, 4 were given to companies in India, 1 to a company in Pakistan, and 1 to a company in Egypt. We got nothing, but we've been engaging them that we are going to be the biggest consumer of lenacapavir. I can report today in this meeting that we've made progress. Gilead, whose CEO attended the event in Mpumalanga, he came all the way from America to come and attend, and assured us that South Africa will get a voluntary license. And we are preparing for that to start producing lenacapavir here at home. So that is in motion. Thank you.
The 4th supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Letlape.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. My question is because of the anticipated demand, because people see this as making them invincible to HIV. What plans do we have to ensure that we anticipate the illicit market, false promises, because of the demand that is not going to be met? And subsidiary to that, what is our own budget allocation, given our propensity to be saints of the world? The Global Fund, if the funds disappear tomorrow, how much do we have in our own budget to take care of this great need?
The Honourable Minister.
But did you say there might be an illicit market because of the shortage and our plan about that?
What I'm saying, Minister, is that because of the promise, there'll be rogue elements that will come up with compounds that they will market as lenacapavir. What are we going to do about that? Because when there's a demand and you don't have the supply, there's a possibility of people coming up with fake products that promise to deliver.
Unfortunately, that has already been happening long before lenacapavir. The issues of false medication, falsified medicine has been happening, and the World Organization has already launched a campaign about that. And we have launched it here in South Africa last year, where SAPRA is leading the charge to go around looking for falsified medicines and those who are very, who are constituted in such a way that they are very weak. So this is just going to continue as it has already been happening. But about the issue of shortages, Honorable Letlape, as I said, there are 2 important things that happened last year at the United Nations General Assembly. The 2 international philanthropists, one led by former President of the US, Bill Clinton, called CHAI, Clinton Health Access Initiative. They came together with VET RHI, with Dr. Reddy's, one of the companies that got a voluntary license, and Unitate, one of the international funders. They came together and said they are clubbing together to manufacture a generic of lenacapavir, which will cost $40 rather than $28,000. That is a 700 times decrease in prices. In the same meeting, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation came to the fore. They clubbed together with a company called Hetero, also from India, and Unitate, and ourselves, and said that will also manufacture a generic that will cost $40 because they are helping them with funds. And lastly, I've already said, We are on the verge of getting our own voluntary license. What is left, the reason that we can't announce it, there are many South African companies bidding and we can't choose for them. There's already a committee internationally that has been put together to look at the bids. Very soon they'll tell us which company has won. And once it's produced here at home, we believe the prices will go even lower. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Shabangu, you have an opportunity for a last supplementary.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Minister, you touch on the agreement with the G-Lead Sciences, and if I heard well, because I wanted to check that what agreement have been reached with this G-Lead Sciences to have this drug locally produced. If you haven't touched on it, maybe you can talk about it with the agreement that we have on this G-Lead Sciences to get this drug produced at home. And also given the fact that domestic manufacturing setup always derail, it takes several years. Maybe you can talk on the concrete milestone that the department has to make sure that that derail is managed and then we avoid interrupted access in South Africa while the companies are being established. Thank you so much.
The Honourable Minister.
Chair, at the present moment, there is nothing in writing yet. It's still discussions, which also took place at the World Health Assembly. That took place in May in Geneva. This matter was also discussed there. But all the companies that got voluntary licenses, it's not only the license that is given, it's also what we call technology transfer. They also agree on transferring technology to that new company so that they are able to manufacture. Now, in our case, this matter is still under discussions, but I am just announcing it because the discussions are far advanced. In February this year, as you know, South Africa is chairing SADC, taking it from Madagascar, which has had political problems. And so we hosted the SADC meeting in February. All the SADC countries endorsed that South Africa must get that license. And in Geneva, that endorsement was strengthened. And last week, the CEO of Gilead confirmed it, that they are ready to give South Africa a voluntary license as soon as they get the appropriate company to do so. So we have got our ducks in a row. We are very hopeful that nothing will go wrong. The companies that got voluntary licenses have already applied to SAPRA. Last week, I was speaking to the CEO of SAPRA, who said they've already received the application, but some of them have got gaps here and there, and they are writing back to the companies to fill up all the information. Once that is filled, SAPRA will do their job and register them, and we have got a generic. In fact, when this thing started last year, we thought the first generic will come into the market in late 2028. We are very hopeful, actually, that we might see the very first generic early next year. We are very hopeful of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. We now move on to question number 600, which has been asked by the Honourable Lonzi to the Minister of Higher Education. The question is whether a specific site has been identified and approved for the establishment of the proposed University of Ekurhuleni. If not, why not? And on what date does his department envisage to finalize the acquisition and/or designation of a site? If so, who owns the site? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Various sites were identified during the first phase of the feasibility studies. These sites in Boksburg are in close proximity to one another, and 3 out of 4 of them belong to the Ekurhuleni municipality. The 4th site belongs to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. There are a number of assessments underway to determine the suitability of these sites for the needs of the proposed higher education institution. Furthermore, site approval processes can only be carried out once the final leg of phase 2 feasibility has been completed and funding secured. This is a process currently underway, which has just started.
Honourable members, unfortunately, due to financial constraints, the feasibility process for the University of Ekurhuleni was stalled for a period. It has recently been restarted, and the department is working as hard as possible to complete the feasibility work in collaboration with the municipality and other partners. The program steering committee for the project is also in the process of being reappointed, and it will be extremely busy over the next 6 to 9 months. 2 other potential sites have been identified as possible interim sites of delivery. And while the infrastructure development for the university are underway, these are, however, not municipal-owned sites and will not be part of the long-term development of the university. Once the steering committee has met and I have further details on the developments with regards to the Ekurhuleni University, I will be able to update Parliament further. I must also emphasize, honourable member, that the Ekurhuleni University is not just the single story. Our university system has expanded since 1994 from just about 400,000 students to now 1.2 million students in a space of 32 years. Over and above this, we have built new campuses, expanded existing ones, and have built also 2 new universities with plans of expansion in certain universities, including the University of Fort Hare, Tshwane University of Technology, the University of Northwest, and various other universities. So this expansion of the University of Ekurhuleni is just but one part of the story of a growing university system. Thank you very much, Honourable Lonzi.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Lonzi.
Oh, thank you very much, Minister. Can the coordinates of these sites please be made available to this Parliament? And the reason we ask this question, Minister, is not because we want to be facetious. It's because, Minister, there is currently an Afrikaans private university that is being built in 3.2 billion rand, I think in Pretoria East. And I think this is a project that would have been started not longer than 3 or 4 years ago. And already they are saying they are ready to take students as soon as 2028. Now, these are private partners, Afrikaans University, Pretoria East. We don't have to get into those politics. The commitment to build a university in Ekurhuleni was not only made in SONA this year. President Cyril Ramaphosa spoke about this university in 2020, 6 years ago. And I think it's a huge cause for concern that 6 years later, when the Afrikaans community is able to build and be ready within 3 years, in 2028, they are taking students. They are even building private student accommodation. On top of that, the staff are ready, the Wi-Fi, the infrastructure, everything is ready. But this government made a commitment 6 years ago about a university in Ekurhuleni. To this day, we are unable to see it. So can you provide us with the coordinates of these sites that you've mentioned in Boksburg and all these other areas so that we can do weekly visits? Maybe that way you'll start to feel the pressure that we really need a university in Ekurhuleni. Thank you very much, Minister.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Honourable members.
Thank you.
Minister, please proceed.
I think firstly, yes, we can provide you with the coordinates of this sites. It's 3 sites from that the municipality owns and 1 site that Public Works owns. And secondly, we are not responsible for just one group or nationality in this country as a government. We're responsible for the entirety of the population. That's the first thing. We're not responsible just for one university or one TVET college. We're responsible for 26 universities. We're responsible for 50 TVET colleges. We're responsible in totality 90 campuses of universities and 300 campuses of TVET colleges. And I can go on and on with our community colleges. So we're running a system. And in the process, when the commitment by whoever you're talking about was made, and yes, I agree with you and share the sentiment that a lot should have been done to build the University of Ekurhuleni in that same period. But in the same period, a lot more has been.
It's not whoever, Minister, it's President Cyril
Honorable
Ramaphosa in
Lonzi.
2020.
Honorable Lonzi,
I'm talking about
you
the
are out of
university.
order.
I'm talking about the Africana University that you're talking about. So I'm saying in that period, since the president has made the commitment, and I agree with you that at some point, because of the extent of the resources required, the project was stalled. But this project has now been installed. This project is now active. We are reinstating the structures. We, as I've said, in fact, I'd like to invite you. There's a tentative date for us to go and look at the 4 sites. You can come along, if you'd like, to go and see this. But our commitment that by 2028, we should at least have the first student of the University of Ekurhuleni still remains. And our commitment that by 2029, we should at least have the first brick being laid of the University of Ekurhuleni still remain. Thank you very much.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Governor.
Nkosi kakhulu Sihlalo, it's Honorable Jam on behalf of Honorable Governor. Minister, it is worth noting that the increased demand for access to the PSET sector is in many ways a reflection of the gains of our democratic government. Through interventions such as NSFAS and the expansion of educational opportunities, many more young people now see higher education as a realistic pathway for the future. Against that backdrop, and given the increased demand for the PSET sector, what are the projected timelines for the enrollment of students through a temporary infrastructure and blended learning before a permanent campus is built? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. So we are seeing we're looking at the post-school education and training sector as a system, as opposed to just universities. And yes, with those who passed last year and qualified for their bachelor's, and it's a discussion we're going to have with the Minister of Basic Education around categorizing certain passes as bachelor's, diplomas, etc., because it creates some expectation. But universities were obviously under pressure to accommodate all of those students. But we have to emphasize the point that universities are not the only option. We're investing a lot of resources in our TVET reforms. We're looking at how that part of the PSET system can be able to deliver. And as you have rightly mentioned, that NSFAS has also been an important intervention in ensuring that we create access. The 1.2 million students that are in our universities, 80% of those are funded by the NSFAS, and similarly in TVETs and so on and so forth. So we looking at the growth of the system in its totality and not just growth in universities and so on and so forth. And I think finally, as part of our annual performance plan this year, we have instructed our department to set up a size and shape process where we will have to look at the size and shape of our post-school education and training system, how it interrelates within each other, within itself, and how we can plan the growth of this system so that we are not caught surprised as we've been, first in 2013 when there was a stampede, and now, with the ballooning number of students. I mean, if you think about it, almost every year, the number of students who qualify for a post-school education and training sector institution doubles. And so we have to do much more in terms of planning for the system. Thank you.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, identifying a site is one thing. Funding a university for the next 30 years is quite another. Given that South Africa is already struggling to adequately fund and maintain existing universities, what funding model has been approved for the University of Ekurhuleni? And can you confirm whether Treasury has in fact committed funding for both the establishment and long-term operational sustainability of this institution?
The Honorable Minister.
Well, I must say, and without speaking for the Minister of Finance, the instruction is from the President. So whether Treasury agrees with it or not, it's something else. That's the first. The second thing is that we are involved in discussions with Treasury, and I think they have indicated in the Minister of Finance's budget speech that the BFI would be used to ensure that we fund this project. And so that's why we believe that, if phase two feasibility is completed as soon as possible, which is what we're looking at, then the process of construction, will also commence. Thirdly, as we've committed, I think to you and to the portfolio committee and consequently to Parliament, in the second quarter of this financial year, we will submit an infrastructure framework for the post-school education and training system to address some of those issues around maintenance, expansion, investment in digital infrastructure, and so on and so forth. Thank you.
The fourth supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Msizane.
Patiswa, the question was specific. Is there a specific site that was identified and approved? And the answer to your very long answer is no, you don't have it. And the continued explanation amongst others about the growth in the sector, the two last universities to be built was during the time of President Gedlehle Zuma, when he was president, not now. In a media statement issued by the minister on the 11th of March, you noted that the Ekurhuleni offered you land and infrastructure options. Which options have been explored? And either of the options that have explored, which ones have you considered and why? And is there a title deed to that effect of those that you considered? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
I see hearing is not your strong point, so maybe I should give you this written response so that you spend time with it until you understand it. We said that all of those things will only be concluded immediately after the completion of phase two feasibility. So we cannot, of the four sites, say this is the definite site, but those sites are the ones that have been identified for the construction of the University of Ekurhuleni. And over and above that, there are also two sites that have been identified, interim sites of delivery, but these are not part of the long-term part. And I agree with you that the ANC-led government, when President Jacob Zuma was the president of the country, led the building of two new universities. It's not the individual, it's the government. And if we can do two more universities now, let's see if that can happen. But it was this government that was led by the ANC that has built those two universities. And it should not be, personalized to any of the former presidents of the ANC.
Order, honourable members. The last opportunity goes to the Honourable Lonzi.
You know, Minister, I don't think it's a good enough reason to simply say that this government does not just represent a group. The example we made about this Afrikaans University is that in a period of 3 to 4 years, they are already at a way advanced stage of even accepting learners, or rather students, to come to the university. Now, President Cyril Ramaphosa made this commitment in 2020. Surely in 2020, he knew that he's a president of all South Africans, not just a president of one grouping. But he stood before this country and said, this government is going to build a university in Ekurhuleni for the many reasons you mentioned. Lack of space in post-secondary education. There are so many young people each and every year who qualify to go to university, who qualify to go to the TVET colleges, but because of space, they can't go there. They have to go back home. Now, it is 6 years later, Minister. You are saying to us, by 2029, you'll be ready to put the first brick.
Honourable
So we are
Lonzi,
saying we must
your
wait
time
for
has
another
expired.
9 years before we see a university in Ekurhuleni. Why can't this government do it if the
Honourable
Afrikaners
Lonzi,
do it? Because we've got way
Honourable
more
Lonzi,
resource
your
than
time
the
has
current
expired.
population.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much.
Honourable members, please, Honourable Dugmore, please allow the Minister to proceed. Honourable Dugmore, Minister, please proceed.
Thank you very much.
Honourable members,
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I think firstly what we would like to confirm are what's within our control. And I fully agree with you and everyone in this house, and we share the sentiment that the University of Ekurhuleni should by now be admitting students. So we fully concede to that. And I think it's important, even despite the reasons and justifications that are there as to why there was the delay, but it's important that we acknowledge that we have failed. But it's also that we acknowledge that we've reinstated the project. It's now in place. We're inviting you over to come with us to see the place. And I think Honorable Msezan has invited himself into that journey. And we're much more committed. We want to make this commitment not just to the people of Ekurhuleni, but to the people of South Africa, that the project of the University of Ekurhuleni is in the pipeline. And this commitment, we will ensure that it happens, not just because it is a commitment made, not just because it's a commitment that has been made 6 years ago and that there's been delays, but it's because it's a commitment that's even much more urgent, more than ever before. Thank you very much.
We now move on to question number 604, which has been asked by the Honourable Zondo to the Minister of Higher Education. The question is, given the continuing governance failures at the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, NSFAS, which led to the decision to place the scheme under administration, and considering evidence that funding delays and system failures directly affect the ability of students to register and remain in university and other institutions of higher learning, what are the reasons that his department has not yet stabilized the NSFAS, and what immediate intervention has he taken to ensure that students are funded on time? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The honest answer is that stabilizing NSFAS has taken longer than this administration would have wished. And it has required more direct intervention than a single step. And in fact, the first meeting which we had, myself and the deputy ministers with the NSFAS board, the then NSFAS board, we asked them how long will it take for them to stabilize the NSFAS, which was sometime in July, and they said 60 days. But let me just try and account for this properly. When I assumed office last year, NSFAS had just come out of a 10-month administration that was meant to run for 2 years, which ran from April 2024 to February 2025. A new board of directors was appointed with a specific mandate to implement a turnaround strategy covering governance, IT modernization, financial integrity, and service delivery. During 2025, the board and management made measurable progress, including elimination of the service provider model and the implementation of direct payments to accommodation providers, and the publication of a formal administrative timetable that was monitored by the department. Despite this progress, it became apparent that the space and depth of governance and operational reform at NSFAS were not sufficient to meet the requirements of the institution's statutory mandate. On the 4th of May 2026, I placed the NSFAS under administration again in terms of Section 17A to 17D of the NSFAS Act. And this was not a concession of failure. It is the most direct intervention available to me as executive authority to accelerate reform where the board processes alone has not been sufficient. And I want to be clear, the administration is a governance intervention, not an operational shutdown. I made this explicit in my public communications when the administration commenced. NSFAS continues to disburse funding, process applications, and deliver services to close to 800,000 students. The administrator's mandate is to stabilize governance and accelerate the operational improvements the board had begun. Second part of the question, student funding for the 2026 academic year is secured and is not affected by the administration. The following have been delivered, including upfront allowance payment totaling 7.4 billion, which was disbursed to universities, and 679 million to TVET colleges before the 2026 academic year commenced. Final memoranda of agreement with all universities and TVET colleges were concluded and issued on the 14th of April 2026, with payments of all eligible students with complete documentation triggered on reception of registration. A formal directive was issued to all institutions at the start of the 2026 academic year, instructing them not to prevent NSFAS eligible students from registering on the basis of outstanding prior year balances or pending funding processes. The administration, as I conclude, does not interrupt any of these funding streams. Students who are currently receiving NSFAS funding will continue to receive it. The administrator's focus is on the governance and IT system that underpins these disbursements, strengthening them and not disrupting them. So no student will go on without being payment, particularly those who've met the requirement of the NSFAS. I will report to Parliament on the progress of the administration as it develops. Thank you.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Zondo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to you, Minister. Given that NSFAS has been under its third administration in less than a decade, what specific safeguards has been put in place this time to prevent a fourth administration by your leadership? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. And I understand the concern, and I think that's why we mentioned in the response that yes, there has been. This is the third administrator, meaning that there's subsequently been, various boards that have been put into place. The safeguards are legislation. The safeguards are the law. The safeguards are the Gazette, is the Gazette that we've issued for the administrators, a guideline for their intervention. But what's also important now is that we need to design a sustainable student funding model. And I think honorable members would be aware that over the last 5 years, since the introduction of the fee-free higher education, we've been going all out, to get additional funding from Treasury. And each year that funding is doubling. And we're quite worried that this may actually mean that the design of the model which we disburse funding, but also the, the funding itself may actually collapse. And that's why part of the mandate of the administrator working together with the department is, to develop policy, along those lines. But the safeguards are there, the safeguards are the law. And if the administrator does anything outside of the law, then we'll be there as the department to provide oversight.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Lowe.
Minister, jaaka re itemoga matsapa ya gore NSFAS e sentse ena le matsapa a dikgwebelano ya gore ga e dire sentle, mme ebile o kgone go eketsega ga administration. A minister a ka re bolela gore ke nako e feng ya e beileng gore administration e netefatse gore NSFAS e mo taolong sentle ya tsamaisa ka nako, mme minister a re bolele gore tota a baithuti ba rona ka 2027 a ba go kgona go ka nna le matsapa ba itse matsapa ka gore ba kgone go ka register go dikolong. Ke lebogile.
The Honourable Minister.
Leboga, the administrator is going to be in place for a period of 2 years at most. And obviously with continuous assessment, we've asked him within the first 90 days to give us a plan of action. And what we'd really want to see is the administrator completing the tasks that they've been given before the end of that 2 years. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that the administration is not intended to interfere or disrupt existing processes. The administration is intended to improve what currently exists. So some of the points that I've raised around the systems that have been in place, for a much more smoother, reopening registration process for the academic year 2026, will obviously be maintained, but also improved. What we really want to see ultimately is the NSFAS that delivers efficiently and effectively and on time to students, that serves its constituency without any of these anxieties. One of the things which I've said is that I'm not a minister of the NSFAS, but this has been one of the most dominant issues in terms of our administration, and we're quite determined to ensure that we stabilize the NSFAS and we ensure that it does what it is meant to do. Thank you.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Douglas.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, given the court proceedings lodged by the removed board of NSFAS and with the mounting evidence that there's allegations of interference in NSFAS CEO appointments, and in the light of the allegations of political interference in the decision to place NSFAS under administration, as well as the appointment of the CFO, will the minister explain what role he or his department played in these processes and how he reconciles such involvement with the requirement for transparent, lawful, and independent separate governance in NSFAS?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. I think just to reiterate the point that I've made elsewhere, but I think it's important given your question, that firstly, the intervention at NSFAS was not intended at or targeting any specific individuals. It was meant for the stabilization of the institution. Secondly, that the minister plays a role up to a certain extent with regards to the appointment of the CEO of the NSFAS. That process was completely run by the board itself. And that there was absolutely no interference on anyone within the department or within the ministry in that process, and that the two processes need to be dealt with or seen differently in terms of responsibilities. And I think thirdly, and more importantly, our intention is to address exactly the same concerns that you're raising, that everyone who hears the name NSFAS should start thinking about the 750,000 or so students that the NSFAS is serving. They should start thinking about decent accommodation that is being provided to students. They should start thinking about the absence of graft and corruption, which has somewhat been associated with the activities that have been happening there. And that's the kind of ideal National Student Financial Aid Scheme that we'll be looking at. But finally, part of the discussion, and I think even within the GNU, but also within the opposition parties, there is a discussion around what should be the future of the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. That discussion should obviously not mean that we should stop funding deserving students. That agenda must remain. But the model within which we distribute money to students, to institutions, and all of that needs a serious rethink for us to be able to effectively. I believe that we have the resources and the talent and the skills in the country to be able to have a better NSFAS.
The fourth supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Corbe.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, when Honourable Zondi asked you that we're now going to the third administration, and he asked you how do we then safeguard to ensure that we don't go into the fourth one, you said that we've got laws and we've got regulations that have been gazetted, but your answer is disingenuous because the laws that are there, they've been gazetted, have presided over 3 administrations. So that answer cannot suffice, Minister. Wouldn't you agree that it is now maybe time to have a complete overhaul of NSFAS and ensure that we remove boards and intermediaries that have continuously and repeatedly failed students, and ensure that we pay monies into existing institutions so that students can get money directly from their learning institutions? Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Well, that's part of those are some of the proposals that have been placed on the table. And I think when this Parliament deliberates on the amendments to the NSFAS Act, I suppose those would be some of the proposals you'll have to present. Thank you very much.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Zondo.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. Minister, in light of the repeated systematic failures of NSFAS, what alternative student funding and disbursement model has the department formally assessed, including direct payment to institution and a decentralized model or a hybrid model? What is it? What is it that you have assessed, Minister?
I think, as I said,
Honourable Minister.
to the previous,
The Honourable Minister.
okay. As I'm overzealous, it's an exciting question. No, but I think as I've said also with the previous question, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that that discussion will also have to come to Parliament in terms of the model. And maybe just to also mention, because I think a lot of people are talking about us directly paying to universities. That's also not without its own challenges. In fact, the student-centered and the centralized model was introduced precisely because there were problems at at university level. So a whole range of all of these things will have to be put to test as to what system will succeed in us properly disbursing funding to students. Thank you very much, Honorable Zondo.
Question number 533 has been asked by the Honourable Maimela to the Minister of Basic Education. The question is, noting the limited response in the national catalogue, particularly in isiNdebele, Tshivenda, Xitsonga, and Siswati, what specific measures have been put in place to ensure that learners who speak the specified languages will not be left without reading material in the 2027 academic year? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I want to be clear that from the outset, no learner should be left without age-appropriate reading material because of the language that they speak. Our Constitution recognizes all official languages, and the basic education system must give practical effect to that. The department has advised that the recently finalized foundation phase national catalogue has limited titles in certain languages, including isiNdebele, Tshivenda, Xitsonga, and Siswati. The main reason that has been advanced by publishers is economic viability. Where learner numbers are smaller, some publishers are reluctant to carry the development and printing and distribution costs. However, that explanation may describe what is the market reality, but it cannot be the end of the matter. The department has previously encountered this challenge in catalogs past and has advised that there's an established practice and process which exists to address the gaps in low supply languages. That process includes issuing targeted calls for additional submissions, allocating developmental work where it is necessary, and supplementing the catalog where suitable and suitably quality assured titles become available without waiting for the next full cycle of the catalog. The department has advised that this process has commenced for affected languages, and in the interim, schools must continue to be supported through available workbooks, graded reading resources, and other approved reading support material while the catalog gap is being addressed. I've also requested that the Director General as the accounting officer to provide a clear delivery plan for the 2027 academic year. That plan must address the development, quality assurance, procurement, ordering, and delivery timelines for materials of all official languages, including isiNdebele, Tshivenda, Xitsonga, and Siswati. I've further requested verified information on the number of learners and schools requiring these materials by province and the escalating steps to be taken if any publisher, province, or any other responsible party is at risk of missing the required delivery before the start of the 2027 academic year. The division of responsibility is also important, members of parliament. The department under the DG is responsible for administrative procurement, quality assurance, and delivery process. The responsibility of the minister is to exercise executive oversight and require proper planning and accountability and ensure that learners, schools, and provinces are not left exposed to avoidable risk. And so, Deputy Speaker, the commitment is very simple. Every learner in every official language must have access to quality reading materials. And we will continue to monitor the progress closely to ensure that schools are supported for the 2027 academic year.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Maimela.
Thank you. It's Honorable Molozano on behalf of Honorable Maimela, Deputy Speaker. Minister, how does the department ensure that the late sourcing of service providers does not
compromise the quality of the reading material. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and the honourable member is correct. As I've indicated, that economic viability cannot determine whether or not children are receiving quality material in their schools. But of course, this is a reality that we face, and that publishers, particularly in smaller learner numbers, are not prepared to have these printed out. However, and carry the cost of doing so because it's not economically viable. However, it doesn't mean that as a department, we simply fold our hands and fall back. So when this has happened in the past, there's been many interventions that have taken place, including targeted interventions of specific languages. Now we know which languages are missing with the printing material, and we will make sure that those printing materials are supplied, because ultimately the underlying principle here is that no learner should be deprived of an opportunity to learn and read in the language of their birth or in the language that they choose.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Shikwambana.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, not acknowledging and not responding to emails is unethical. That's first and foremost. Minister, this matter affects the provisions of learning materials to the millions of predominantly poor and the children of the working class. So, Minister, did your department verify the operational, editorial, warehousing, financial, and production capacity of the lighthouse publishers before approvals were granted? Please respond to emails.
The Honourable Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I'm afraid the honourable member may have been mistakenly given the follow-up question to the other question and not this particular one. This is about language titles, sir, and not a particular publishing house. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
We then go to the Honourable.
Email.
The next, honourable members, the next supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Litchfield Shabalala. Honourable Shikwambana, Honourable Litchfield Shabalala, please just pause for a moment. What is your point of order?
Deputy Chair, the question relates to the very question that she was responding to, because there are few languages that are captured in the learning materials, and therefore others are affected. So it is directly following to that question. Thanks, Chair.
Honourable Minister, with that clarification, would you like to proceed?
Yes, Deputy Speaker, I'm happy to proceed. It just, the member confused me by my mentioning a particular publishing house, and that's something that's coming a little bit later on. As I've indicated, unless I don't need to be assisted, honourable members, as I've indicated.
Honourable members, please allow the Minister to reply.
As I've indicated, honourable member, where there is an issue where there are not enough titles have been produced because of the economic inviability of those, it's incumbent on the department and provinces to make sure that we fill the gap. We can't simply let the market response be the one that leads to whether or not children have access to their home education and their languaging rights. So in this instance, we've established that these are the titles that are not enough, and therefore we are putting in measures in place with provinces to make sure that we procure those and that children by 2027 have access to books that are in the language of their choice or in their home language. Thank you.
Honourable, no, we're not going in a to and fro now, honourable member. The Minister has now answered your question. You are now out of order. You can write to the Minister. We now go on to the third supplementary question by the Honourable member. You are not now going to carry on. The Minister has now answered you. In fact, I have given two opportunities. Honourable member, I am now ruling you out of order. I'm not recognizing you. It is not a point of order. We now proceed to the Honourable Litchfield Shabalala. Honourable Mente, what is your point of order?
No, Deputy Speaker, we really just want to get answers today. Firstly, you can't say you gave a member two opportunities. Your own minister must have capacity to listen to the question.
Honourable member,
She
that
listened
is
to the
not a
question
point
wrongly
of
and
order.
made an assumption where her caucus was even clapping for her incapacity. to listen.
Honourable Mente, that is not a point of order.
No,
That
please.
is a point of opinion on
No,
your
do
side.
not say you gave
We
us
now
two
proceed.
opportunities. You must
Honourable
say your
Mente,
minister did not
you are
listen.
out of order. Honourable Lichvik Shabalala, please proceed now with your question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, this inequality of African languages is a pre-1994 apartheid syndrome. How was this left unattended for the last 30 years? And please do not tell us you are new in the post. We want to assume there was handing and taking over. How is material in Iswati, Isindebele, Shitsonga, Shivenda not easily available as the others? I mean, these languages are not even offered in areas where there are speakers in MLO, for instance. You can't access Swati, but Ngama Swati, bafundisa isiZulu. How is this atrocity left unattended by Black government?
The Honourable Minister.
I can assure the member, Deputy Speaker, that I don't evade accountability. I agree with you, Honourable Member, that the inequality in the African languages is something that we have to make sure that we look into. The problem becomes, and this is what I sought to explain in my original response, the problem becomes is that you are reliant on market forces. So you say to the market, please can you bid for these kind of titles? If the market says the demand for isiSwati and isiNdebele and Chivenda is much smaller for me to make it economically viable, it then is incumbent on government to make sure that we plug the gap and we make sure that we provide those languages with the requisite titles that they need, which is what I'm saying, that we can't simply say because the market is not producing enough, we are going to leave the gap. I'm saying we as government, including the provinces, will fill the gap. But I agree with you that there should not be any inequality between any of our 12 official languages. That's why even the work that we are doing around Braille is very, very important, because that's one of also of our official languages. So I can assure you that there isn't going to be any equality in accessing a language for any child, because we are rigorous in pursuing mother tongue-based bilingual education, and it starts with being able to access my reading material in your home language. Thank you.
The fourth supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mashlatsi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Khotso, Ma-Afrika. Honorable Minister, given that early grade literacy outcome are closely linked to the availability of mother tongue reading material, can the department provide a province by province breakdown of the number of approved titles currently available in isiNdebele, Chivenda, Xitsonga, and Siswati, compared to the learner enrollment figures in those language groups, and indicate how it intends to address any shortfalls before the commencement of the 2027 school? Khani mambo.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I want to wholeheartedly agree with the Honourable Member that early grade literacy is in fact very much linked to their learners' ability to be able to learn in their mother tongue. And that is why historically you would find, and even currently, you would find that English-speaking children and Afrikaans-speaking children outperform children who speak African languages. And the reason for that is because they speak those languages at home, and they are also taught in those languages at school. And that's why we have a policy that says mother tongue-based bilingual education is critical, because once a child is able to read with comprehension in a language where they are listening and hearing it at home, it is much easier for them to be able to pick up an additional language in school, and it's much easier for them to read with comprehension. So it's absolutely in part of our plans to make sure that we address the early grade literacy problem. When he's asking for a province by province breakdown, I'm more than prepared to provide that, Honorable Deputy Speaker, to the House. I wouldn't be able to have those numbers at the top of my head, but I'll be able to provide a breakdown of all the provincial figures in the different provinces and the need thereof. Thank you.
Honourable Moletsane, are you taking the last question?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, noting that isiNdebele, Tshivenda, Xitsonga, and isiSwati have low enrollment, what measures are in place to work with interested parties to encourage enrollment in them? What safeguards are in place to ensure that they are not academically marginalized in terms of curriculum matters? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. As I indicated, we have also, in addition to the fact that when this has happened in the past in the department before, the department with the provinces have intervened to make sure that the gap is closed. But over and above that, as I've indicated, that I've requested the DG to provide what the past Honourable Member was asking, essentially how we're going to mitigate any delays in the delivery of these textbooks, also which parties can be able to do top-ups for these learning materials. But ultimately, I think our commitment here is this, that regardless of whether or not there is an interest in the market or whether or not there is sufficient numbers in the market, the department and government must step in. Because just simply because my language is spoken by a smaller, large number of people than isiZulu or Xhosa speakers, it doesn't mean I as a child need to suffer because my language is not as well represented. So that's why I'm saying that the assurance to this House is that this has happened before, and it does happen before, particularly with the certain languages, and that we will make sure that we up our game when it comes to supplementing where those reading materials are not provided. Thank you.
Honourable members, question number 566 has been asked by the Honourable Schlazo Webster to the Minister of Water and Sanitation. The question is, given reports that nearly half of Johannesburg's water is classified as non-revenue water, with over 26% lost through leaks and burst pipes, and that even the full extent of the losses cannot be accurately measured because many bulk meters are not functional, what urgent interventions will her department implement to address the collapse in water infrastructure management, and who will be held accountable for allowing strategic water infrastructure to deteriorate to the extent that it is no longer functional? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Let me greet all honourable members in the House. Appreciating the question from Honourable Ehlazo, it is true that the water loss in the city of Johannesburg is far beyond any measure because their infrastructure is aging. They are failing to maintain their infrastructure. They have failed to ring-fence the water sales to invest it back to the water infrastructure. But our role as the Department of Water and Sanitation when it comes to metros is too limited to an extent that we don't provide metros with any form of a grant. In other municipalities, we do assist with a water services infrastructure grant and regional bulk infrastructure grant, but with the metros, we don't. What we have advised Metro to do is to get in touch with the Department of Human Settlement through the USDG and utilize that, the portion of it for water as well as sanitation. The second thing that we have seen as also working for them is that we advised them some time ago that they must in-source the water tankering because they were losing a lot of money through water tankering. At the moment, I can report here that they've in-sourced 20 water tankers for this financial year. Already those water tankers are there. They are intending to in-source another 20 by August this year. as part of trying to reactivate their fleet. But also they've upgraded, because the other challenge in Johannesburg is the storage capacity that they don't have. Notwithstanding that they have leaks, but their storage capacity is not enough for the population that they have. They've completed on the 29th of April, they've completed a 26 megaliter reservoir in Brixton, as well as the 2 megaliter of the tower around Brixton, and their pumping capacity is 200 liters per second, which is very good. But as long as they don't focus on closing the leaks, that might not work very well. So they are also building around Midrand, they are building 2 reservoirs as part of intervention. We are playing our monitoring in terms of assisting the city of Johannesburg to ensure that they've adopted the water water loss reduction program in the council, which something that was never there in the past before they experienced this crisis. So they are on track, but the challenges are still there, I must admit. The challenges are still there, and given the financial constraints that they are unable to collect enough revenue to put it back to the water sector. But we have also advised them that they must have a separate entity, of which they have. They do have Joburg Water, but Joburg Water is not allocated a necessary funding in terms of the water sales to be given to them as water entities, so that they can be able to manage all water related matters. So they prioritize other things, but since they
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Okay. Okay.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Schlazo Webster.
Thank you, Minister. I'm glad that you mentioned that there are still challenges, because I'm a resident of Johannesburg and I can tell you that there are still challenges that we are experiencing with water shortages, particularly due to loss of burst pipes, leaks, and loss of non-revenue water. You speak, Minister, as one who's very limited in terms of the interventions that you can have. You speak about advice, you speak about support, but the Water Services Act does give you more power than that. And given those powers that are available to your department under the Water Services Act, when a water services authority is failing in its obligations, what action does your department take beyond providing support and advice? And can you point to a municipality where the exercise of those powers has resulted in measurable improvement in service delivery? Like I said, we still are experiencing those challenges in Johannesburg, despite the advice and support.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much for that follow-up question, Honourable Schlazo Webster. Yes, as I said, that there are still challenges, and I was not mistaken when I said we have a limited role that we can play, especially on metros. But when there is an intervention, Honourable Member, as you might be aware, if there's an intervention through Section 139, then it becomes easier to come in through Section 63 of our Water Services Act. But when there's nothing of that nature, we can't just get into the municipality through any form. For instance, in Nelson Mandela, the National Treasury made a provision that we must assist them. They allocated funds. So if there are such interventions, then we are able to work with them and put our capacity to help them. But at the moment, there's nothing much really that we can do. Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Madam Minister. Just out of interest, you mentioned Brixton. The new project is still without water, so the community that was supposed to be saved has been without water now for 12 days. It's a challenge. But Minister, Johannesburg residents are paying the price for years of municipal failure. They are expected to absorb steep water tariff increases while almost half the city's water is lost, stolen, unbilled, or unaccounted for. And I know we agree on a lot of the challenges here. So, Madam Minister, do you agree that no amount of additional bulk water supply can solve Johannesburg's water crisis if the ANC-led city of Johannesburg cannot maintain its own pipes, repair leaks, keep bulk meters functional, bill accurately, and reinvest water revenue into water infrastructure? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
You see, you could have asked that question better without referring to the ANC-led government. You were there as DA. The ANC has inherited your mess as DA there because you left that municipality in a mess as DA, and you come and grandstand here. The ANC is only 2 years in that municipality, which is left in a mess. And as a matter of fact, you know that there was water there. I said they opened.
Order, honourable members. Honourable Minister, please take your seat. Honourable Nodada, what is your point of order?
Deputy Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order on misleading the House. When the ANC governed that municipality for over 28 years.
Speaker.
So that's
Honourable
misleading the House. Can the minister please withdraw that?
That's a.
Nodada.
That's a point of debate. You are
It is
debating.
also a point of debate. We will proceed. Honourable Minister, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Honourable members, order.
The infrastructure of City of Johannesburg is 1,200 kilometers. And it is a return trip to Durban, from Joburg to Durban. That is how long the water infrastructure is. But that water infrastructure is decaying. That's a point. And that is why I said earlier on that they must invest on their infrastructure. And we've agreed with them that they are going to ring fence 10% of their budget on monthly basis, take that money to their water entity so that the water entity or City of the Joburg Water can be able to repair that infrastructure. Thank you.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Diale.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Minister, having considered the actions that could be taken to address the collapse of water infrastructure management, would you advise whether such measures have previously been implemented or are they currently being implemented elsewhere? If so, have these interventions proven effective? Please indicate where and when such measures were applied and outline the outcomes that were achieved. Furthermore, have there been any instances where individuals were held personally liable for the deterioration or collapse of strategic water infrastructure? If so, what action was taken against those individuals and what were the legal or administrative consequences thereto?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Diale. Honourable Diale, the Department of Water and Sanitation does not run municipalities. Municipalities are a sphere of government that is in the Constitution, and the provision and distribution of water is their sole mandate. So I will not know who have done what and what has been the action. The City of Johannesburg might respond better. I'm Department of Water and Sanitation. Mine is to provide a water resource. Mine is to provide bulk water supply, and we end there. So the reticulation is supposed to be their function. But through the presidential working for water group to assist them in terms of capacity, they are already there with water technical expertise that are assisting Johannesburg. On a 6 month basis, we are always getting an update from Johannesburg on how far has this capacity assisted them. There is a turnaround. That is why the previous member was saying for 12 days there's not been water, but there was water for about 2 months. I don't know what is happening within these 12 days. Really, I'm not operational in the City of Johannesburg. Thank you.
The fourth supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Ghana.
Minister, so just following on the response that you just gave,
So you have been interacting with the city of Johannesburg for a while now. And you, by your own admission, it is through their action as council, but also as administration, that has led us to this situation. By your admission, you agree. So in your interaction, do you believe, your own assessment, do you believe the current council and the level of councillors that are in Johannesburg can actually fix the situation that Johannesburg finds itself in?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Namina ni kenzile. And yes, Tibi Kuri, the council lewana itaskota na Kuri mit I handlisha kahle lesu sukona swesi la kunibula mulile Kuri. Kuna problem, and that problem we have given them a clear advice on what to do. But now that question that you are asking is too political. Want me to say that municipality or those councillors are not going to be able to turn around the situation? That is their mandate. Kulabeka kuri bayendla lesho, yi mandate yabona. Ayi mandate ya mina ningabulabula na bona la kuba ngasikoti kuwendla mina ningeyendi chumu isona.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Schlazo Webster.
Minister, you spoke about the section 139. Now I'm going to ask, has your department recommended to the Gauteng provincial government that stronger intervention be instituted in Johannesburg? And if not, what additional failure would need to occur before such a recommendation is made? What more needs to happen before you're able to make that recommendation?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Hlazo Webster. The provincial government of Gauteng on a weekly basis through MEC Mamabulo, they are convening all Gauteng municipalities to discuss the issue of water as well as sanitation and the electricity. Some of the challenges is the non-payment of services by the users of those services or by the consumers, but they are wrong billing also make people not to pay. So what we have agreed upon with Gauteng is that they will assist them to replace all the meters and put correct meters so that they can bill people correctly. But also if there is disruption of water, there is no customer that wishes to pay when there is no consistent apply or supply of water. So if they can turn around those things, then people will pay happily and they'll be able to repair their infrastructure. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. We move on to question number 534, which has been asked by the Honourable
Please raise my
Thiabe.
hand, Chair.
Yes, Honourable Schlazo Webster.
Deputy Speaker, the minister did seem to have not heard properly. She did indicate, make signs. I do not think she heard my question because she did not answer my question at all. May I repeat it for her?
Honourable Member, it is for the Minister to decide how she is going to reply to the question.
Can you please
And-
ask the minister if she did hear my question?
Honourable
Because she
Schlazo
did-
Webster, please don't interfere. Honourable Minister, did you understand the question? Honourable Minister, did you understand the question as was posed? Yes, did you? Honourable Minister, if you can just put on your microphone so that I can hear.
Honourable Webster, I understood your question because you want me to repeat your question. What I said is that we have engaged Gauteng, and I must not be discriminated because I use signs. I'm a stammerer, and I take serious offense when people start to do mocking about me. I take serious offense from any member here. So I'm saying, Chair, when she was saying, did we, in our engagement with Gauteng, what are the plans that are there for Gauteng to assist the city of Johannesburg to get out of what of the situation that they are in. So I was saying, is that not the question? Then request the speaker then to give you some chance.
Honourable member, I will allow it if you can be very brief.
I'll be brief. Has your department recommended to the Gauteng provincial government that stronger interventions such as Section 139 be instituted in Johannesburg? And if not, what additional failure would need to occur before such a recommendation be made?
Honourable Minister.
Okay, the Department of Water and Sanitation cannot advise any provincial government to institute Section 139. That is the sole responsibility of COGTA, because COGTA will use their assessment tools to check the municipality whether it meets its obligation or not. But we as DWS, unfortunately, we don't have that power. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Question number 534. Honourable members, honourable member of the MK, we are trying to proceed. Honourable Minister, the question has been asked by the Honourable Siabi to the Minister of Human Settlements. The question is whether in the light of the recent floods that affected several communities in Limpopo, her department has conducted an assessment. Honourable Douglas, what is your point of order?
Yes, just want to check with you on question number 622. Did you skip that one or was it?
Honourable Douglas,
Yeah.
I don't know whether you were here at the start of the session where it was indicated
was-
that the questions stand over.
Right, okay, thank you.
We will proceed again. The question is whether in light of the recent floods that affected several communities in Limpopo, her department has conducted an assessment on the extent of the flood damage. If not, why not? If so, what is the total number of human settlements projects that have been affected? And what are the details of the affected projects? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and good afternoon to colleagues. Yes, the National Department, in partnership with the Provincial Department, as it is a concurrent function, it did undertake a comprehensive assessment and verification of the damage of floods in Limpopo from the period extending in December 2025 to February 2026. In total, there are 6 projects that were affected in the various areas of the province. And this total of the families which were negatively impacted at those projects, because it meant there is projects which were or put on a stop or on a halt. It's particularly in the Waterberg district, giving us a total of 1,473 overall projects from Bilabila, Tabazimbi, and Lipalale Marapong. The department also has mandated to provide relief for emergency. We then dealt with overall flood assessment in the province, and it gave us a total of 551 households, which were affected, spreading over 11 municipalities, being Greater Giyani, Greater Tzaneen, Collins Chabane Municipality, Bapalaboro, Greater Litaba, that's overall in Mopani. In Capricorn District, we had the following affected: Polokwane, Mulemule, Blauberg, Lepelle, Nkumbi. In Vembe, we had Makado and Thulamela, the total giving us 11 municipal areas and a total of 551 households. To date, 214 TRUs have been built for the half, accounting to the half of the 551, and contractors are still on site in the ongoing intervention. Honorable Speaker, the challenge in relation to the acceleration of the overall 551 was caused by the disjuncture in the allocation of the disaster funds and the request that we had to make for a portion of some of the funds from the province to be utilized for disaster response in the 11 affected municipalities. But as I indicated, from our emergency housing relief program, all contractors are on site, and we hope the remainder of the families will be assisted as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Siabi.
Thanks very much, House Chair. And thanks very much, Minister, for the response. My follow-up question says, has the department assessed whether the resources allocated for emergency housing interventions and permanent reconstruction are sufficient to meet the identified needs of all affected and displaced households? If so, what criteria were used to prioritize households and projects for assistance and reconstruction? And how much funding has been allocated to each affected municipality? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. The funds, as I indicated earlier on, are not sufficient. In the past financial year, for example, besides the additional which we then had to see from National Treasury, if my figures are correct from my head, we allocated around 300 million for disaster countrywide, and it does indicate that it wouldn't be sufficient. But we keep on going back to National Treasury for requests, primarily because it's a concurrent function. Provinces carry the responsibility of ensuring that they respond timeously, either for relocation, for eradication of mud houses, and any other disaster that may not necessarily be a wave type of a disaster, but we do assist in terms of them drafting their business plan, allocating the budgets properly, but to ensure that we balance between the disaster-related interventions in a planned and a mitigated way, but also in a rapid response when there is a flash either of water or fire in relation to the damage. Honorable Chair, I think as I have indicated that the assessment was done in almost 1,473. It has taken part of the Human Settlement Development Grant of the provinces, as I indicated, to also assist themselves in the allocation, or rather in the damage assessment, identification of need, but also the wrap up of the funds that are needed for delivery in the areas. And the damages in terms of numbers, as it's 1,473, it varies from one province, from one area to the other, with Bilabila being the least affected in the mega projects that they were running. But in relation to the floods and the amount of cost, which was, where was it spread? In the Limpopo area, the most in the Vembe, where there was families were highly affected, and in the greater Giyani,
Thank you,
particularly
Honorable Minister.
Mopani. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mpiti, you may ask the second follow-up.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, I'm sure you can agree that disaster management in South Africa remains largely reactive rather than preventative. We have made comments within the Portfolio Committee related to the issue around verification of the information that is received from community liaison officers. Can you just outline to us how the department verifies the information that is received from community liaison officers, as well as what is then delivered to those individuals who need those infrastructure information that needs to be delivered? Also, just to speak on the effectiveness of delivery as and when these disasters take place, what is the department's currently response rate to deliver those materials to those who need them the most? Thank you very much.
Honorable Mpiti and honorable members, just another reminder that the rules say the follow-ups must be limited to one question. If time allows, I'm sure the minister will answer the second part as well. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much indeed, House Chair. I will try my best to respond to all what was requested. We undertake the verification using our community liaison officers in partnership with the province, which also have. In mostly were provinces like Eastern Cape and Limpopo, which are mostly vast rural, we also utilize their community development workers to assist us. But it remains both the responsibility of our financial accounting officer in relation to a CFO in the province and at national to make sure that they verify prior the delivery of either TRUs or the response at the costed level. I must admit, those verifications do take time, and they are also part of in the value chain of how things happen in response to disaster. They cause delays, but they're important because you really have to understand. But I don't agree that the policy is lacking in relation to identification and that the measures are not sufficient. What the policy indicates is very clear that we must eradicate mud houses because it's automatic. If there is excessive rain, a mud house is the first one to collapse. So the department has a program of mud house eradication, regardless whether it rains or not. The question should be acceleration, of course, paired with the availability of resources. Maybe a question I can agree with, is it not time that as a country we review our policy mechanisms in terms of human settlement provision, particularly housing, but that's the effectiveness of how we can deliver and the policy to move from what it has been 28 years plus ago to recently what currently are the issues. The measures which are coming with IPT, Honorable PT, on the effectiveness of
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
I'm
Time has
sorry, I
run out.
couldn't repeat that part.
Honorable Dlamini, you may ask the third supplementary. It's Honorable Marais.
Chairperson, I will take the question. Will the minister answer if any portion of the Human Settlement Development Grant for the 2026-27 financial year has been ring-fenced for the climate resilient bulk infrastructure, includes stormwater drainage system, raised road access and flood in high-risk Limpopo districts? And if so, what is the percentage of the grant that is so much ring-fenced? Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member, we have set up, you'll recall in one of the responses, my neighbor here responded to the utilization, for example, in the metros for sewer and sewer rectification. Because remember, we're a Department of Human Settlement. So if you have a house and there's sewer running down your street, you can't enjoy your hard-earned house. So we are saying a portion of that can do roads, can do potholes, can do sewer, can do electricity, energy connection, but can also do waste collection. So we actually even allow allocation of SSDD to even go, because if you are staying in a house and there's stench of rubbish that gets to be dropped by people rightly or wrongly on a daily basis, and the municipality says we do not have sufficient, the province can assist them to purchase either the machinery to clean the area to provide a habitable human settlement. The percentages, as far as I will recall, they are all rounded up to an overall of 10%, which can't exceed that as a collection, not 10% of one area. And I'm subject to verification. It's only IPT that is still at the 2% introduction, which we also would want to introduce as a department to make sure that we speed up on the areas that we are lacking on in terms of rollout of human settlements. Thank you.
The fourth supplementary has been allocated to the Honorable Ngubezi.
Sir.
Yes, Honorable Member on the virtual platform. I didn't catch your name, your surname.
The minister was referring to a sewer rectification. What is that? There's no term called sewer rectification.
No, Honorable Member. You're not on the follow-up list, but I'm quite sure you can send that inquiry to the Honorable Sihabe, who will have the last opportunity. Honorable Ngubezi, please continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister Mokotjo. Honorable Minister, how long does the department expect it to take to transition families from temporary emergency evacuation center into a permanent and climate resilient structures?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The climate resilient mitigation strategy that the department has is still undergoing verification, aligning it to the IPT process. What we are trying to do is to do away with TRUs. Doing away with TRUs in a way of extending the rent instead of spending 2 or 3 times from one household. You rather do it possibly once with an emergency relief, which will either be taking him or her to a hall or to a relative or somebody else, instead of building something that costs about 100,000, which is temporary. Rather do immediate agile IPT response, which will be permanent for those. We are still anticipating to have quite a lot of social facilitation, particularly in the informal settlements and the settlements which are in flood lines or are in areas that are dolomatic that will need to be relocated to other areas. We anticipate that there may still be a delay and you may still utilize, but in a very minimal extent, the TRUs. At a large extent, we think our climate mitigation strategy should take us from assisting the person or the family and directly into. And the second part that the department is doing, we're placing at municipalities to make sure that we formalize settlements beforehand. We assess the informal settlements themselves. We plan, so we relocate them even when there is no disaster that is happening. And that is very much embedded into the mitigation strategy so that we don't become responsive as we are currently. Thank you.
Honorable Sehabe, we return to you for a final follow-up.
Thanks, House Chair. Minister, last year around October, November, we had a meeting with all provinces and the key municipalities, checking their readiness for disaster because it was a rainy season. But what we discovered as a portfolio committee is that there is no proper coordination, even with municipalities which are in the same province and with the provincial department. What coordination mechanisms are in place with provincial and local government structures to ensure that reconstruction timelines are met? And how is the department monitoring compliance to guarantee that affected households are not left without adequate temporary shelter and access to basic services during the recovery period? Thanks very much.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I think what we've learned to accept as concurrent functions department is that we really have to respond even in areas where the policy directive goes to the province. But we do not take it in a very irresponsible way to say it doesn't belong to us and we're therefore not going to assist. Firstly, Chair, we did the assessment which was undertaken by HDA on our behalf to do a round robin of all the areas, including those that are disaster prone, to make sure that we're able to respond and respond appropriately. But we're working closely with the provincial departments and municipalities. Just previously, in the previous answer, I did indicate that as a department, we've undertaken ourselves to assist municipalities, not only in the area of disaster, even in the area of the National Human Settlements Needs Register, to actually verify and pack the register properly so that we could make it accessible to every South African. There are areas, including formalization of settlements where municipalities are struggling. So our evaluation framework also serves as part of what will be the early warning systems. We sit in the committees that enable us and the department to act and implement in relation to areas that could be able to give us mechanisms that are able to give engagements and projects oversight. But we also visit as well. Besides what the portfolio oversight will be doing, I undertake those visits. I assist personally the municipalities to make sure. I don't want to make it sound easy. There are areas where we want to intervene, where we want to assist. We were also told, wait a little bit, we'll tell you when we've got challenges. And you can anticipate that this is a challenge. But we work together, as I had said, to review also our policy so that we focus more on permanent housing allocation rather than intermediate or a temporary.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you.
Honourable members, question number 570 has been asked by the Honourable Gamedi to the Minister of Human Settlements. The question is, A, what mechanisms has the department put in place to deal with the delicate tension of deterring unlawful land occupations that disrupt orderly urban planning? Details were furnished. And B, on which provisions of the Prevention of Illegal Eviction from Unlawful Occupation of Land, or we know it as the PI Amendment Bill, does her department rely for the protection of the rule of law without stripping away the essential constitutional safety net that prevents desperate families from being pushed further into the margins? The Honourable Minister.
Honorable House Chair, thank you very much. I will also avail the answer in writing to the honorable member. It's pretty long and I don't think I've tried to do justice because we are at the public participation in relation to this. But there are competing needs, Honorable Gamede, to balance whether there is no section or side of citizens who believe that they are not protected by law anyhow. So the bill must comply firstly with Section 26 of our Constitution, which ensures that there's no law that allows arbitrary eviction or demolition of your property without following a set process that permits you, even if you may be the legitimate owner, to demolish or to evict. We also are introducing an amendment that the court may grant an order which relates to the retention of a demolition, which something has not been happening now, or the removal of improvements on a structure that would have been made that doesn't belong to you. We intend to protect the vulnerable groups as well, being children, the elderly, and people with disabilities, but also to make sure that we protect our people, particularly who are unable to tell as to whether the person who's selling the land legitimately owns it. And they take their out-at money, invest into the space that they do not own. And you would have seen in television demolitions that are happening. How do you protect them? If they can't go to a court of law because of affordability, we're offering a tribunal in the space, an alternative dispute mechanism, so we could be able to officially register what are the issues. But we also are putting a clause for someone to carry responsibility of the damage that would have happened either to me or a citizen who has been led to invest in a space that is not supposed to. So the circumstances under which the bill then says a court of law may fine to a maximum of about 2 million rand a person who perpetuates illegal occupation of land or private space, of government or privately, that does not belong to him or her, and that will lead to demolition. And I did indicate that it extends even the powers of the court, but it also protects you whose land needs to be demolished or property must be demolished in relation to a granting of a certificate of alternative accommodation. And there has been instances where municipalities have not been given a right of reply, even though that is happening in their space. And this bill introduces that mandatory, the municipality must be part of the, must be made a joint into issues that, because they are the ones who must provide land for alternative, they are the ones who must provide services. So they need to be given that particular space to be able to deal with the issues. But we also deal with the agent matters of what the tribunal can be able to do, and the mandatory issues, and the appointment of a mediator officially who could assist our people to be able to. But we are not running away from the provision, particularly of clause 6, which says we are not propelling our people back into the street landless, but we need to provide alternative accommodation or land, which is in a legal way, in a structured way, that municipality can be able to afford, that our people will be safe, but also that they can then be assured to be given the assistance that government can give in terms of the evaluation and acceptance of human settlement packages for the affected individuals. I think I tried, eh?
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Gamede.
Thanks, Honourable Chairperson. Minister, mphathiswa uzamile impela ukuthi ungiphendule. Nakuba-ke ngibona ukuthi ugxila ngale masukhuluma kakhulu ngalo 2 million enibonayo ukuthi kugangwa ngabantu. Chairperson, I must press further on a matter of constitutional and social justice concern. The GNU's commitment to leaving no one behind is precisely what makes this proposed 2 million rands penalty for an unlawful land occupation so deeply troubling. This figure does not deter desperation, it criminalizes it. For a family that has exhausted every formal housing channel, that has waited years on the National Housing Needs Register, and that has nowhere else to go, a 2 million rand penalty, Minister, is not a legal consequence. It's an abstraction that mocks their reality. You know that, Minister. Can you, Minister, therefore explain to this House and to the millions of South Africans watching, how does your department intend to reconcile this penalty provision with the constitutional imperative under Section 26, as you have mentioned on the Constitution, the right of access to adequate housing, particularly where the state itself has failed to provide that access in a reasonable time frame? Honorable Minister, ngiyakubona uzigxile ngale masukhuluma ngalo 2 million. Nigade niqaphele ningayithinti inyoka emgodini ngale ndaba yena 2 million. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Ngisayifuna le nyoka kulo mgodi. Maybe ngizayithola. Honorable Gamete, thank you very much for the follow-up question. I just hope we are alive and alert as honorable members in this house, that we can't be the ones who perpetuate illegality. We can't be the ones who perpetuate that, regardless of the challenges that we may be having as South Africans. We're just going to wake up without even checking the safety, whether the land is it's habitable, even for the very same people that we say we are providing accommodation or land for. We must also accept that the very same actions that we have taken has landed most of people in flood areas as we speak, and they've built there. The person who took them there must carry the responsibility, because not only will they be losing their money that they would have utilized hard earned to build for themselves, but we are not running this in isolation. The Department of Public Works, in our partnership, have already released 2,400 hectares of state land for us to relocate the people who now I'm beginning to see who has placed them where. That we relocate them to areas where they are safe. But we are introducing a penalty because we know South Africans to be law-abiding citizens who wait patiently for the service to be delivered. People are vulnerable, and those who entice them, usually take their money. We made an arrest in Albertine just day before yesterday. People are paying to access service of government that is for free. And someone say that service is given to them because they love, they need to be criminalized.
Thank
We're
you,
not
Honorable
running away
Minister.
from state responsibility.
The next follow-up is to, yes, Honorable Mente.
No, House Chair, the minister's response is not complete. Who's the person they arrested? Isn't it the ANC councillor? Because we know them for taking bribes to settle people in RDP houses.
Honorable Member, that's not an intervention in terms of the rules, so I can't allow it, but it is out there. Honorable Ditebe, the next follow-up will be asked by you.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, while we acknowledge the requirements of the PI Act, in protecting the rights of citizens against unlawful eviction, the ultimate solution lies in accelerating the release of well-located land for housing. Could the minister kindly provide us with an update on how we are leveraging the upgrading of land tenure rights to formalize tenure in informal settlements, thereby reducing the vulnerability of occupants and mitigating the conditions that lead to these legal challenges in the first place, without being legalistic or litigious, Honorable Gamede? Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. We have a program which deals with the title deeds and restoration, which we relaunched, and it's predominantly also ran from the ministry, but also assisted by MECs and mayors. This is to ensure that one, even the house that would have been built in the previous stocks of R293s, that is before the apartheid or during the apartheid times, not before, and the houses that are scheduled to be within the post-apartheid period, we eradicate or we accelerate the provision of title deeds, which confirms the ownership. And this extends even to sectional title deeds, particularly in the metros, where we have been building RDPs now in a duplex format. For example, in your Clayville, for example, eThekwini and all that, that you are able to assist them to create the sectional title deeds so that they can be able to prove the ownership. On the provision also by the department to provide and deal with the stripping away of what you originally would have been owned by a member or a public in South Africa. We also are trying to assist beyond what government stock would have been, but people who need to go forward to their municipalities. And as government, we carry the legal costs of conveyancing and transfer the land into the rightful owners. We're in partnership in some instances with the Department of Rural Development, Minister Nyonso, who has been helping us also, even in areas where the farms have already been handed over in forms of either CPAs. We've done one in Northwest, I think 2 weeks ago, where we handed over around 880 title deeds in a what is called a rather communal
Thank you,
agricultural
Honorable
land,
Minister.
and they are now owning it today. Thank you.
The next follow-up will be asked by the Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, I think we all agree that the illegal occupations that are taking place across the country are criminality. I think it's very clear that there's been individuals in this House, political parties, that have not been able to call out the criminality that has been taking place. There's queue jumping that is happening on the ground where people who've been waiting for houses for many years are still waiting whilst people occupy land and force municipalities to build them houses while others are waiting. What I want to know, Honorable Minister, is this: how do those who have been rightfully respecting the law, who have been rightfully waiting and protecting themselves and being law-abiding citizens, who have now have to wait while criminals are literally taking land, how is this law being protecting those individuals? How will they be protected when it comes to the implementation of this amendment bill? Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpiti. I think for me, even with the civil society groups that I've been engaging with, including the coming Saturday, I think we have a march by Abahlali Basemjondo, for us to make them understand that it is actually for the protection of their own members, never to purchase even what the state is giving it to them for free. Because nobody can claim by selling what the state gives for free, it's out of love for the one that I'm giving it. So, and this needs to be criminalized. It cannot be that our people are taken for granted, given space that no one protects them when demolition comes. And I think that is very much unfair. The queue jumping, we've put up and signed the MOU with SITA, working together with Minister Malatsi. Our intention, one, is to publish our RDP in 2 or 3 forms needs register. One, we all know that we've built houses. Who have we built that house to and where is it? That needs to be known and you can check it. And secondly, then there is a 2.5 plus, which is in the waiting list. We need to be able to know that. But in the meantime, MINMEC has taken a decision that all applicants who, to avoid and to rectify the queue jumping, which unfortunately happened and was so unfortunate, particularly to people with disabilities and the elderly, all applicants who applied for a house in 1997 to 2007 is what we're starting with now. I handed over 140 houses this morning in Clayville. Two are the unfortunate beneficiaries of Tembisa. Two of
Thank
the
you, Honorable
houses,
Minister.
the occupants are deceased already.
The fourth supplementary is to be asked by the Honorable Nkubese.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, what indicators, in other words, the barometer that will be used by the department to determine whether the PI Amendment Bill has been successful in both protecting the vulnerable occupiers or reducing the unlawful occupation? Okay, let me repeat the question. Which part?
The Minister indicates the first part, Honorable.
All right.
Member.
Let me start again. Honorable Minister, what indicators will be used by the department, in other words, the barometer, to determine whether the PI Amendment Bill has been successful in both protecting the vulnerable occupiers and reducing unlawful occupation? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. As part of the discussions and the deliberations that we have with the Justice Cluster, firstly is to mop out all the cases which relates to eviction or illegal, illegal eviction or illegal occupation that are currently on the roll, so that we can be able to review them and be able to assist. Yes, the law has not yet been promulgated. We're still at public participation. But we're hoping one will know the extent beyond what has been reported. We intend also to come out after the August process of National Assembly to then request the registration by municipalities on what they've been affected and have been dealt with. And in that way, we'll be able to create a baseline that will give us the indicators on how we'll accelerate and areas that needs us to improve in relation to the amendment bill, but also its implementation. But overall, as I said, the intention of the bill, actually, if you look at it very well in a broader spectrum, is to force government to accelerate its allocation of land. And that is why we are now, in terms of our PNG program, even accelerating on service stands, where we provide land that is serviced and allocate it to people for free so that they can build for themselves. And these are formalized settlements and legal. So it is to protect them that if we accelerate, they will not even be tempted by anybody to purchase land or to allocate themselves a space that they don't even have certain of who does it belong to. And by the way, the Clayville project was initiated by you, MMC, in settlement in Eguruleni. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Honorable Gamede, we return to you for a final follow-up.
What's graduated income sensitive or alternative enforcement mechanism is your department considering in consultation with the Department of Justice and the South African Human Rights Commission to ensure that the deterrent function of the PI Amendment Bill does not become a blunt instrument that effectively punishes poverty rather than protecting planning. Honorable Minister, you know very well ukuthi mawukhuluma ngendaba yabantu abahlangene nalobudedengu sikhuluma amakhansela navela asusa abantu lapha azibabeka endaweni ethile ezinomngozi ngoba naku befuna amavoti. Enye into engifisa ukuxwayisa kuyona ukuthi kufanele siyazi. I'm not saying abantu kufanele sibadedele bahlale noma nguphi noma kanjani. But into engisho ukuthi uyazi emhlaba wamakhosi lo, and you'll remember nivumelana nozakwenu in 1652 when Jan van Riebeeck landed in our continent, there is no white man who came to our country carrying a piece of land, and we must be unapologetic about that one. We must be careful when we deal with this issue. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Really, I think I have emphasized the issues that Honorable Gamede raises. Maybe at the portfolio, we may want to organize for a workshop for the understanding of what PI amendment calls for. Because we cannot assume what it doesn't. And my worry is that my honorable member is a colleague of mine and we sit at the portfolio. And we jointly saw the need, at least I believe, that we all saw the need that we need to move in this direction, not to punish, but to protect, to allocate. I even actually said to them, I avail myself to be held accountable, that I need to be asked, how many service stands have I given to people who are not part of the needs register? Because I must accelerate them owning land and owning it appropriately by the state for free. That's the ultimate of what the bill wants to achieve. And secondly, it wants to eradicate this abuse and scams that have been going on. Could they be by councillors, members of this house, political parties, or anybody else who take our vulnerable people? In some instances, sell land that is not even theirs to the tune of 50,000. They build, believing they are investing, using their hard-earned money. When the owner comes and demolition comes, no one is there. No one protects that person. He or she does not have the funds to go to court to defend himself. Today we're bringing an amendment to say, you will have a door to go and knock at and say, I was sold this. I believe it was legitimate. Can you please assist me? And the state will not run away from the responsibility of alternative accommodation. We are saying it can even be enforced by a court of law that they must assist you in the meantime that you are dealing with reorganizing yourself. The vulnerable.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, question number 597 has been asked by the Honourable Shikwambana to the Minister of Basic Education. The question is, with reference to the textbook production tender worth approximately 285 million rand, that it was awarded to Lighthouse Publishers Pty Limited amidst allegations of favours and irregularities, who specifically approved the redesign of the catalogue model, and whether she personally knows the owners of the specified company. If not, what is the position in this regard? If so, what are the relevant details? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and thank you to Honourable Shigwambana. The question relates to the development of the foundation phase national catalogue for grades 1 to 3. Firstly, I would like to address the question on who approved the redesign of the catalogue. So, Honourable Member, in terms of the PFMA, the department's internal governance arrangements, i.e. its procurement processes, related administrative approvals, all fall under the authority of the accounting officer, which is the Director General, and supported by the relevant supply chain and curriculum governance teams. I am not consulted on, nor do I approve the redesign of the catalogue model. I don't instruct any specific outcome in relation to any publisher or supplier. And I do not approve any allocation I did not approve any allocation to work to Lighthouse Publishers or any publisher for that matter. However, I'm not leaving the matter there because this matter carries serious legal and governance and procurement reputational risk. And so I've required that the full process be subjected to proper scrutiny. There's an internal audit process that is being concluded. I've also requested that there be an independent external investigation that is conducted urgently by an external law firm with the required capacity and expertise so that the integrity of the process can be tested properly. That it must also include where there are any irregularities, whether the ordering model communicated to provinces was indeed lawful, rational, and whether remedial action is required or there's consequence management that are required. Until those processes are complete, it would be inappropriate of me to make conclusive assertions about any wrongdoing. But it would also be inappropriate of me to treat the matter as closed before the relevant records, approval, legal basis of the procurement have been properly tested. On the second part of the question, if I do know anyone at Lighthouse, I do not personally know the owners of Lighthouse Publishers. I have no relationship with the company or its owners, and nor have I ever engaged with them. My responsibility is to ensure that the department acts lawfully and that provinces are protected from irregular expenditure and procurement risk, and that learners receive quality materials on time. The DG and the department remain responsible for the administration of the procurement process. As a minister, I am exercising oversight by requiring proper accountability, independent scrutiny, and practical delivery and contingency plans so that learners are not prejudiced where the issues of delivery are concerned. The true test of public leadership is not whether a public organization is susceptible to wrongdoing. The true test of leadership is when there is wrongdoing that is suspected, leaders must make the tough decisions to investigate and ensure that public money is spent the way that it ought to be. So my obsession with this matter, Honorable Member, has been to ensure that the process is lawful, without fault or irregularity, as the law requires it to be, and that is why I've taken the steps that I have taken. I will not rest until every learner receives a quality material for their foundational learning. Remember, we build strong foundations for strong futures. Thank you.
The Honorable Shikwambana.
Thank you, Chair. Now that you are back to life, Minister, and you are focusing, let me go back to that question because it related directly to this matter. Did you do your due diligence? Maybe it is my English from the Bantu education that you did not understand. Did you do due diligence before granting the contract to Lighthouse? Thanks.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I think it bears repeating. I'm glad now we find you on the same page and on the same question. The one issue is that I'm not responsible for the Public Finance Management Act in any way. If I was, it would be the very basis on which Judge Zondo had talked about, which is state capture. Politicians are meant to stay away from the awarding of contracts at all times. In fact, the reason why procurement should be kept away from politicians is because under state capture, and many of our colleagues in this House will know about this very intimately, politicians were directing officials where to put money, who to allocate money to. So I cannot by law be involved in procurement processes. That's why when the department allocates a contract to any publishers, I'm not involved. But what the PFMA does say, and what it does impugn on me, is that should there be a problem or should there be suspicion of wrongdoing, I must exercise my oversight responsibilities, which is what I've done, which is what I've said. We've halted the process that the provinces must not procure until there's an independent investigation, the internal audit comes back, and we make sure that this process is above board. Should there be any irregularity found, and any of the officials in my department found to have done any wrongdoing, it's then incumbent on me to make sure that we act and we hold people accountable. But to meddle in procurement processes would essentially mean that I am breaking the very law that I'm saying to you, I don't want to break and I want to protect. Thank you.
The next follow-up has been allocated to the Honorable Magagula.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, in your own observation, were all procurement prescripts, including competitive bidding requirements and conflict of interest declarations, complied with throughout the blind screening process? 2, what due diligence was undertaken to satisfy the department that there were no undisclosed relationships between the successful provider and officials involved in the procurement processes? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. In terms of whether or not procurement was complied with, that's a very important question, Honorable Member, and that is why initially when this matter came before my attention, I requested National Treasury, and many people said, I don't quite know how to do my job and why am I involving National Treasury in the matter? But the truth of the matter is that National Treasury is the custodian of the PFMA. And so one of the things that we did initially was to refer the matter to National Treasury to say, were all procurement processes met and were they were all met properly? And National Treasury said this needs deeper investigation and we would require more time than you have given us. And remember, the reason why we are under pressure is because we don't want there to be any delays in the delivery of textbooks for 2027. So this is why we've appointed this external investigator to make sure that one, were procurement processes complied with. And so in as much as I'm not involved in procurement, I still have to make sure that public money is spent the way that it is meant to be spent. And that is why I need to satisfy myself that in fact procurement processes were complied with. Because non-compliance with procurement laws is not just a minor issue. It is essentially breaking the law and essentially saying money that's meant to be going to a public good may find itself in the pockets of other people. Whether due diligence was done on the blind screening, the people who would have sat on the committee, on those blind screening committees, would then have to answer from the investigator whether or not those processes were done. But I think it's very important to understand that while I take accountability for what goes on in the department, I have to make sure that I comply with the law in my taking accountability and respecting the provisions of the PFMA. Thank you.
Honorable Van der Walt, you may ask the next follow-up.
Thank you, House Chair and Minister. This might be a little bit repetitive, but unlike those who lecture about accountability while defending corruption scandals like VBS that stole millions from poor South Africans, you have been clear that every rand in education must reach our learners. Can you confirm what steps you have taken to ensure that the grade 1 to 3 catalogue process is lawful, transparent, and properly overseen? And explain why that accountability matters for our learners and their parents.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. As I indicated to the honorable member earlier, that the test of leadership is not whether or not in an institution, particularly one that has human beings involved, it's not whether or not there'll ever be wrongdoing, but it's about what you do about that wrongdoing once that has been found out, and if there has been wrongdoing. And so 3 things have happened with this process. Number 1, we asked National Treasury to look at the procurement model, whether or not that procurement model is fit for purpose. We've then asked the internal auditors within the department to do a preliminary finding. The findings themselves at the time were such that it requires further work from the internal audit. And number 3, we are doing an external investigation into the matter. The reason why this is important, honorable members, is because this very House votes to allocate money to departments. And it cannot be that departments have these budgets and they're sending them to provinces, and yet that does not materialize into a textbook and child of a hand. And that's why when we talk about accountability, we're not doing so because we're being performative. When we're talking about accountability, we're saying for too long in our political culture in South Africa, there has never been accountability for people who steal public money. And if you steal public money, you must go to jail. And ultimately, corruption is not a victimless crime. If money is stolen, it means textbooks don't arrive at a school. It means children are not getting the education that they need. So when we're talking about accountability, we must actually mean it. And so we must say, even when it happens in our own departments, be prepared to say, we will shine a light on what has happened, and we will make sure that we earn public confidence that says, we've done our best to make sure that this process is in fact above board. Thank you.
The next follow-up will be asked by the Honorable Ngubeni.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson, and well done on the name pronunciation. Minister, thank you for your responses. My follow-up question, you referred this matter to National Treasury. And then, of course, in reports, you said that you would await Treasury's advice before taking any further action. Then you later described Treasury's considerations as inconclusive. What exactly was inconclusive? Whether there were procurement deviations or whether anyone should be held accountable for them. And if yes, precisely when did you first become aware of deviations? before you referred the matter to Treasury or only after Treasury raised them with you? Thank you, House Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Yes, so as I indicated before, the referral to National Treasuries becomes important because they are the custodian of the Procurement Act. What National Treasury indicated to us was that they would require more time to look at the process, essentially interview the relevant people and summon documents, and that they were not confident that they would meet the timelines that we need to be met. And remember, I said two things here need to be correct at the same time. Number one, we need to satisfy ourselves that the procurement process is in fact above board. But number two, we also need to make sure that in fact we don't compromise the delivery of textbooks to children for the start of 2027. And they indicated that there are a number of things that you can do. You can either wait for us, and we are saying to you it will take us time, or you can appoint an independent law firm to look at the matter. It was then I made the decision to appoint an independent law firm that would then be able to have the capacity to have the turnaround time that we need. Because ultimately for me, my obsession is to make sure that the procurement is above board, but at the same time, we don't delay the textbook delivery to children for the 2027 academic year. Both things need to be true at the same time. And so that's why we have followed it in this way. So that was the sum total of National Treasury's response, Honorable Ngobeni. They said they could neither find fault nor essentially say that the process was above board because they required more time, and gave us advice on how best to proceed, considering the fact that they couldn't assist us in the short turnaround time that we needed.
Honorable Shikwambana, we return to you for a final follow-up.
Honorable Chair, House Chair.
Okay, before Honorable Mente, Honorable Ngubeni.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if the minister didn't get the second part of the question. It was also relevant. I did ask when the minister first became aware of deviations, whether the matter, she referred to the matter to Treasury or only after Treasury raised the matter with her. I'd like to know the answer to that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As previously indicated, we must limit ourselves to one question in follow-up. The other difficulty is there was literally seconds left when the minister concluded. Maybe the original poser of the question would want to latch onto that part when they now, I want to say, have that sweeping opportunity in terms of the rules. So we return to the Honorable Shikwambana. Is it you, Honorable?
Yeah, it's me, Chair. House Chair, thank you. Minister, when did you become aware? Is it when the issue erupted on media? Or is it when the Treasury told you about? Or is it your office utilizing a toolkit within which you measure the integrity of the process of issuing any tender? Which one? And what did you do at that moment before we knew about it on the media? We are now approaching a season of you delivering textbooks. What are the specifications in the department which are utilized to procure textbooks and to procure these companies that are assisting you on catalogs? If those specifications are above board, why do you refer the matter for investigations and everything, and you have specifications that you have designed in order
Thank you,
for your
Honorable
office
Member.
to procure the textbook?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. I think the honorable member has successfully latched on to, I think, the previous question. So firstly, I think Honorable Mente asked a very important question, and I think that might be of interest to the House. When did I become aware of the issue? I became aware of the issue simultaneously when when I first became aware of irregularities was in 2025, and I asked that to be a forensic investigation. That was done. It was found that there was nothing that was not above board. We then moved on with the process. Number two, When I became aware of the process being faulty or to be said to be faulty was when whistleblowers raised the issue with me, but at the same time, those whistleblowers approached the press at the same time. So when I became aware of it was whistleblowers, including the matter becoming public. When did I become aware of whether or not there was a deviation and whether or not that was lawful? That was then alerted to me by Treasury saying there was a deviation in this process and we are not entirely sure that that deviation is in fact correct, but we would need more time to look into that. So that was your question. In terms of the toolkit or whether or not there's a toolkit in my office to ascertain whether any tender, honorable members, I think I must also just explain that I don't think that any minister should have any toolkit that looks at tenders at all. Ministers should not be involved in tenders and tendering in any way or form. The PFMA is very clear that where your role starts and ends with the accounting officer has to do their job. When certain things become clear that in fact there has been wrongdoing or suspected wrongdoing, you must do your responsibility as the executive authority to make sure that you look into the matter and satisfy yourself. This is the very reason why we ended up where we ended up.
Thank you,
in the
Honourable
previous
Minister.
years,
The time
because
has
we
now
allow
expired.
politicians to meddle
Thank
in
you.
awarding of tenders, for them to have preferences.
Order, Honourable
against
Minister.
tender and who doesn't get a tender.
Honourable members, question number 535 has been asked by the Honourable Letsie to the Minister of Higher Education. The question is, given that the administrator of the Construction Sector Education and Training Authority allegedly received a salary of 3 million rand through arrangements involving the CETA's corporate executive, of which the name was furnished, without his or the department's approval, what consequence management steps have been taken against the administrator and the corporate executive concerned? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. The remuneration paid to the Construction Education and Training Authority administrator exceeded the amount that was subsequently approved following the department's own benchmarking process. I acknowledge that a delay in that departmental benchmarking process contributed to the circumstance, and that is a failure which the department is owning up. And upon finalization of the approved remuneration framework, the administrator signed an acknowledgement of debt and arrangements were put in place for the recovery of the overpaid amount. That recovery process is underway. I have instructed the department to investigate this matter fully and to submit a comprehensive report on all circumstances surrounding the remuneration arrangements, including any failure of internal controls, governance processes, and also departmental oversight. As it relates to the corporate service executive, the same process led by our Director General and the department will also include the corporate services official. And I want to be clear, honorable members and House Chair, that what follows from these reports, where errors have occurred, they will be corrected, and where weaknesses in governance have been identified, they will be addressed, and where the evidence supports accountability measures against officials, whether at the entity or in the CETA or in the department itself, those measures will be implemented. This principle applies equally to all. And so further action will be determined on the receipt of the outstanding reports and recommendation. Thank you very much, Honorable Letsie.
Honourable Letsie.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Thank you very much, Minister, for the response. Given that Section 38, subsection 1C, 2 of the PFMA requires that the accounting authority to prevent unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. The department must have considered the overpayment or the payment of a salary of 3 million to constitute irregular expenditure as defined in Section 1 of PFMA. And it should have disclosed it in CETA financial statement. Has the matter been referred to AGSA or SIU as contemplated under Section 4 of the SIU Act, given that public funds were involved? Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Lucia. The matter has not been referred to any of those institutions. And as I said, what we have is the appearance of the accounting authority, in this case, the administrator, together with our officials and the portfolio committee information that was provided there. And we've, as I said, since asked the DG in our department to consolidate a report for us. And if part of the recommendations include those processes that you are recommending, of course, we will not hesitate, to do that. Our interest is to ensure that public money are not, improperly appropriated. But as I also said in my response, that the delay in the benchmarking that was done by the department, that will also have to look into that, which then, necessitated a condition or a situation wherein, the CETA, committed whatever that's been committed. So let's get that report. Let's look at what the recommendations are, and then we will act effectively on those recommendations. Thank you.
The next follow-up is to be asked by the Honorable Gagau.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister Manamela, on 19 May, I, on behalf of the DA, laid criminal charges against your administrator for contravening the PFMA. You don't need an investigation to know this. I also wrote to you to ask you to fire him after I warned you last year that his appointment was a mistake and you ignored me. Now, considering that since 2015-2016's financial year, CETAs have accumulated at least 4.2 billion rands worth of fruitless, wasteful, and irregular expenditure, that 2, CETAs do not contribute towards tangible skills development, job creation, and economic growth, and that 3, that all CETAs have successfully achieved is to fund ANC patronage and the criminal lifestyle of its cadres. Why don't you just scrap the 1% skills levy, scrap CETAs, and give businesses the opportunity to choose their own reputable training entities and direct all grant allocations to strengthening TVET?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I think firstly, I note your objection initially when the administrator was appointed at the construction CETA, and I also hope that your initiative of reporting the matter to the South African police to investigate, that they will also yield the results that are desired, especially in protecting the public purse. And also thirdly, that, we don't fire people just because we received a letter from the opposition. I don't think it should work like that. There are, okay.
Honorable Minister, please just take your seat for a moment. I have a hand there. Just take your seat. Order, honorable members. Honorable Gagau, why do you want to be recognized?
Chair, I'm just rising on clarity because of the noise in the room. I did not hear the minister correctly. Did I hear him correctly to say that he does not fire people for committing crime reported by the opposition?
Please take your seat.
So when is he going to fire them?
Honorable Gagau, please take your seat. That's not an intervention in terms of the rules. I will not allow that, and that's out of order. If you're not clear, ask your whips what was said, or go and look on the YouTube. The minister has the floor now.
Sorry, House Chair.
Honorable Reddy, you've not been recognized. I will allow it this time around, but please don't unmute on the virtual platform and just start speaking. Why do you want to be recognized?
Honorable House Chair, I did not did that. I raised my hand and I was not recognized. That's why I had to unmute myself. The minister is misleading the House when he says
no, Honorable
the DA
Reddy.
is an official opposition. It's not an opposition. It's part of the government.
Honorable Reddy.
GNU. Yes, sir.
Honorable Reddy. Thank you. That's a point of debate. If the minister was incorrect, I'm sure other questioners can correct it. Maybe he will himself seek to correct it. But that's not a point of order I can deal with at this point in time. Honorable Minister, please continue.
Thank you very much. I think just to make the point more succinct, that we do not fire people on the basis of letters that members of parliament write to us and instruct us to, fire those people. What we do is that we believe that there is a due process that needs to be followed, and on the basis of that process, then we will take time. And I mean, if that were to happen, it would also mean that by the time the honorable member reports the case to the police, then the person that she's reporting the case against should have been arrested, if that's the logic that we want to follow. So we have set up a process, and we hope that that process will help us to bring this matter to finality. And I think finally, on the question of whether SETAs should be closed or not, even if that were to be the case, again, due process. So you don't stand up in parliament and say, shut down the SETAs, and then the SETAs are closed. And so there is a discussion around the reforms of sector education and training authorities. We believe that we can do much more than what has been done. And those measures started with the president's announcement for the shifting of the skills.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The time has now expired. Honorable members on the virtual platform, and specifically the Honorable Lucas, please remain muted until you are recognized. It takes over the stream and then the minister is not audible. The Honorable Msizane.
Mphathiswa, asikholo lempendulo elethayo ukuthi uzo investigate kuze report. It's been 2 years that your Director General has been implicated in allegations of fraud and corruption. You have not submitted a report. On the 4th of March this year, you said you'll submit a report. You have not submitted it. Now you are saying there's going to be a process. There are no timelines. We know that you won't do anything about it. So don't mislead these people of South African Parliament. So given that the administrator had gotten paid in this amount of 3 million for 5 months, was the minister aware of this arrangement? If the minister was aware, why did you delay the implementation of consequence management and permit this irregularity to continue? And lastly, will the minister accept responsibility for the irregularity, specifically for delaying the determination of the remuneration package and failing to take corrective measures over 5 months in which this exercise was conducted?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mseza. And I thought we have a non-aggression pact on the March 4 agreement, but since that non-aggression pact has been lifted, I will honor the commitment that I've made to you with regards to that report. But secondly, that I think all the issues that you're raising are part of the report that we're expecting from the DG. And I must indicate that this is a matter that we're taking very seriously, and that we will be following through so that we get a report and consequences. As I said, we own up to this benchmarking process that took time as the department, and that the report we receive from the department should also include what happened, where were the delays, were those delays deliberate or as a result of negligence, and on the basis of that, then find out as to what consequence action needs to be effected, even at the level of the, of the department. Thank you.
Honorable Lonzi.
No, thank you, Minister. Minister, if there are two entities that can really collapse you as a minister if you don't take care of them, is the SETAs and the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. Those two things, if you don't run them correctly, if there are people who are trying to persuade you to do wrong things, I can tell you now, they don't love you. And you must try and not do those things, because just now, for example, we're being told that the CEO of Insurance Cita, who was suspended by the board, apparently you now want to interfere to reinstate that person by forcing the board chair. Of course, we're yet to verify those things. We just got that information now, but it feeds into this question of Cita. But let's come to terms of service. You've also appointed an NSFAS administrator. Have you agreed on the terms of service for the NSFAS administrator? And if not,
Thank you, Honorable
how is that
Lonzi.
administrator being paid? Or are
Thank
we
you.
likely
Your
to
time has
repeat
now
the
expired.
same thing in the construction sector?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. I think with regards to the terms of service for the NSFAS administrator, I think the process is at concurrence with the Minister of Finance. So once that's been concluded, then the terms and conditions of employment will be effected.
Honorable Letsie, we return to you for the final question.
No, thank you very much, Minister. Any calls that calls for the scrapping of citas and businesses to be given 1%, you can tell that business can also speak in Parliament by just listening to some members. Reality is, Minister, we've given you the PFMA that guides you. And you are saying you're waiting for a report. And in the report, you will look at what were the delays instead of the foul that was committed. I don't think that, Minister, should be our attitude. Our attitude is, or should be, somebody committed a foul or a mistake, and this is the consequence management as per the PFMA directs us that we are going to do against both the corporate executive and
Thank you,
the
Honorable
administrator.
Letsie.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair and Honorable Letsie. I fully agree with you that we should not look and we will not be looking at just one component of the report from the department. We will not just look at the delays, we'll look at the totality of the situation that led to where we are. And on the basis of that, then effect the consequences that may be recommended from that report. Thank you.
Honorable members, question number 610 has been asked by the Honorable Moore to the Minister of Water and Sanitation. The question is, what are the details of the measurable targets and the strategic intervention plans contained in the National Water Crisis Action Plan to address water-related challenges such as water infrastructure maintenance that results in the reliance on water tankers? The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Thank you, Honorable Moore. As the House is aware that the President is presiding over the Watercom, and as part of having a buy-in, political buy-in from all the stakeholders, the President convened a special presidential forum to consult all premiers about the water action plan to deal with the crisis. The second leg was that the President has convened all the municipalities in the country, including the metros, all the CFOs and MLs, because when you talk water, you talk about the space in which the municipalities are operating from. Those gatherings did endorse the water action plan, that there are certain non-negotiables that were agreed upon. One, that of insourcing of water tankers. Two, that of closing the leaks within no time. Three, that of attending to the water mafias through the security work stream, that the Department of COCTA, us as DWS, as well as Human Settlement, we must top slice what we have that deals with water-related matters, bring that together so that when we make intervention, we must make intervention not only in the areas where there's disruption of water, but let's reach out to unserved communities. On unserved communities, we've already packaged how many boreholes in terms of tapping on the groundwater, how many springs that need to be protected so that we can start also to establish rural water schemes. So the plan is there, but we were in a process where the technical team that is led by the Director General in the presidency is now putting the timeframes on each and every area. Everything is a priority when it comes to water crisis. And that is why I'm responding in that manner, that if everything is a priority, but you have to prioritize out of the priorities. And that is what the water com is doing right now, because we also want to bring in the technical capacity. In one of the streams, there are people that are outside government who are water expertise that have been put in that stream to be able to assist in ensuring that some of the intervention by the public-private partnership must also come in, even getting some commitments in terms of funding, especially on municipalities that are unable to fund any repairs of water pipelines or change of those pipelines. So that is the response. Thank you.
Honorable Moore.
Honorable.
Honorable Reddy.
Honorable Acting Speaker, the Minister has not answered the question. And with respect, it's a very important question.
Honorable Reddy.
Specific? No.
Honorable Reddy.
Yes.
That
yes,
is
I'm
not
listening to
an
you.
intervention in terms of our rules.
But she has not answered the question. It's
No.
guesswork, and it's
That's your
worrying
opinion.
that the Water Crisis
And
Committee
as
does
it
not have
is,
any measurable
Honorable Reddy,
targets.
please stand down and mute yourself. There is someone on the follow-up order from the MK party. Whatever you want to say to the minister, message that member. And please don't unmute and insert yourself into the proceedings again if it's not in compliance with the rules. Honorable Moore, please proceed.
Thank you, House Chairperson, and thank you, Minister. Whilst obviously that wasn't necessarily directly to my question, it's the most information I've got on the water plan in months of chasing. So that was very valuable. But can I ask, Minister, on the 12th of February, the President announced a National Water Crisis Committee to be chaired by him. On the 17th of February, government said the Water Action Plan would be ready by mid-March. Then on the 12th of March, the President told Parliament it would be completed by the end of March. On the 30th of April, the President told the President's Coordinating Council that the National Water Action Plan already provided the roadmap. And on the 2nd of June, he went further and said implementation of the plan has begun. Yet yesterday, on the 9th of June, for the record, officials in the Portfolio Committee told us the plan would only be finished soon by the end of July. So South Africans have now heard mid-March, end of March, implementation in June, and possibly completion by the end of July. And I'll be honest, meanwhile, a DA PIA request submitted on 25 March remains unanswered after the presidency's extended deadline expired on the 4th of June. So Minister, the goalposts keep moving. Which version is correct? Is the plan complete or is it not finished?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, the Water Action Plan is led through the Office of the President. The Department of Water, COGTA, Human Settlement, Department of Electricity and Energy, as well as Treasury, are part of the main departments that are also playing a role there. So the finality in terms of the action plan, in terms of short, medium, and long. That is what was supposed to have been finalized a month ago, so that the rollout then starts to say what are the immediate things. You'll remember that some of the urgent matters is to do scoping in terms of the water infrastructure, because we cannot replace everything. But now the municipalities as well as metros were supposed to also to give a feedback to say, this is the area one where we think we need intervention. In other areas, we are still fine, we can still provide water, but there are areas, as we know, for instance, if you talk to Johannesburg, you'll talk about Kensington area, Melville, and those are the areas that they've already submitted to say when there is an intervention, they must be assisted on this. So there is a plan that has been consolidated. Then the Watercom is to sit soon so that we get a progress report. But on our role as different departments, we are playing our role. For instance, we'll be launching a massive program of boreholes in terms of handing them over. We've already started top slicing from our own budget, because there's no new budget on this, but we are prioritizing from the budget.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you.
The Honorable Ditebe.
Thank you, House Chair. Please make it make sense to me. Right. Make it make sense to me. The Janus face creature called the DA, one face opposition, the other face government, all rolled up into one. Now, the question, Chairperson, to the Minister, as a long-term measure and solution to the National Water Crisis Action Plan, National Treasury, working with Water and Sanitation, has embarked on the metro trading services to ensure that there's revenue, ring fencing, there's maintenance of the infrastructure, and that revenue can go back into solving the very same maintenance issues so that there's no need for water tankering. Will the Minister
Thank you,
assure the
Honorable
House
Ditebe.
that this solution
Honorable Ditebe, thank you. Your
will
time has
ensure
expired.
that these problems are resolved? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, as we have been saying here, that the issue of water tankering is not giving our people the dignity. We said the water tankering must be there just for intervention when there's emergency, but investment in the water infrastructure and maintenance and operation of the water infrastructure is the one that will give us long-lasting solution in ensuring that there is water, but also security around the water infrastructure, water treatment plants and water pumping station, not the water tankering. So we are really working very hard. That is why earlier on in another question, I responded that other municipalities are already replacing their own pipelines, because now they saw the urgency of doing that as against spending money on water tankering, which they don't even own. Thank you, Chair.
The next follow-up has been allocated to the Honorable KLN.
Thank you, Chair. The Minister has confirmed what we have been saying all along. The water crisis team announced by the President was publicity stunt. Will the Minister concede that the crisis team will not solve the water crisis because it is led by failed politician consulting with failed politician premiers?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the Watercom is a new committee where you bring different departments to top slice the money that they have. For instance, when human settlement build houses, they will provide USDG fund. But now they will work on that in terms of construction of houses. But now we are saying, let that money be tapped also for ordinary household water. Let not everybody depend on the Department of Water and Sanitation. So that water crisis
Honourable
is not
Minister,
a waste of time.
just take your seat for a moment. Why do you want to be recognized, Honourable Member?
So that I can follow, you know, the top slice has been coming through. If you can just explain.
No, Honourable
that I can
Member,
follow what-
you know that you're now out of order.
You
Honourable
go and
Minister,
open the
please
dictionary and check what is top slicing means. So when you take from what you have, you prioritize what you have and ensure that you deliver on something. That is what we are doing. For instance, where there were projects that were not completed, but now there's this crisis, the project is going to take about 5 years. People don't have money now. So you have to come up with a turnaround and ensure that you bring those funds to deal with this emergency, which is a crisis of water. It is not only these few departments, but also the private sector want to come in, but they need bankable projects where they can come in, projects that are going to ensure that it also brings investment. So water is a cut across entity that needs all of us to join hands. So I think beyond politicians, there are technical teams that have been established out of the 5 streams that we have. We have 5 streams that are working on water. It's not only the ministers that are participating in that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Hadebe.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, many communities continue to experience prolonged water interruptions despite various intervention plans. What mechanisms has the department put in place to ensure municipalities effectively implement the National Water Crisis Action Plan and are held accountable when progress remains inadequate, particularly in rural and underserved communities experiencing persistent water insecurity? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, when I gave the progress, I said, when the President invited all municipalities, CFOs, municipal managers, city managers, they bought in to the water action plan. Then there were non-negotiables that were presented to them. They said they are going to ensure that they implement these non-negotiable. When they get their allocation, they are going to ring-fence money that is going to work on the water provision. So on a quarterly basis, we're supposed to get that report. So from April 30 to now, it is June now. In July, we're going to get that report to say how far have they gone. But what you have raised is very true that there's a lot of interruptions when it comes to water, but they do, when it come to bulk water, there is bulk water, but the problem that we're facing is that water does not come out of the tap. And when water does not come out of the tap, no one is going to be happy. Everyone will say there is no water as long as when you open your tap, there is no water. So we are waiting for that report, and I'm positive, Chair, that the report will bring something better now because we're all working together. We have stopped to work in silos. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Moore.
Thank you, Minister. In the chamber now, you have said there is a plan. So, Minister, I must ask, if the plan exists and is being implemented, you must explain why it has not been tabled before Parliament and South Africans. Our nation is in crisis. South Africans are suffering. Why do you not table it? Or do you think maybe people will start to believe that you have been lying about there being a plan at all? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, Honourable Moore, you are missing the point here. You don't know where to direct your questions in terms of that water plan. I said the president is presiding over Watercom. I said there is a plan. You have never asked me to come and present the plan here. And even if you do that, the chair of the Watercom is the president. The president, when you asked through your questions, he will come and present the plan here. There is a water action plan. I don't know what you are talking about. Don't know what you want. You are just coming here because we're getting to elections. You want to come and politic here. There's the plan.
Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. Question. Order, honorable members. Question 569 has been asked by the Honorable Ghana to the Minister of Human Settlements. The question is, what steps has she taken to ensure that government subsidized residential rental units built by private developers remain affordable, particularly in urban areas? The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Ghana. Government subsidized rental housing units, we call them social housing, is regulated under SHRA in terms of the Social Housing Act. Private developers participate in the program and it is accredited social housing institutions or other delivery agents. We usually call them SHIs or ADAs or AODAs. We enforce compliance where the approval within the project parameters are even established prior the commencement of the project. Amongst other things that it does beyond the spacing, beyond the localization and all that, is to clearly define the target market, which runs between the concurrent band of people earning between 1,850 to 22,000 per month, to ensure rent affordability, but also the ongoing regulatory oversight, including audits and compliance of the institution, that is the SHIs and ODAs. Capital subsidies provided through this scheme and the program are conditional upon adherence to affordability requirements over the long term and the institutions that are required to maintain the rentals within the approved limits. We compete favorably. In fact, we charge below the rental capability. I can direct the honorable member, for example, to Benoni Heights, right in the middle of the city. In Benoni, Eguruleni, I can refer to the project we've just launched 2 weeks ago here in the Western Cape in Somerset, about 1,200 units. We are falling far below the rental market. I can refer the honorable member to Mid-Rand, where we handed over around 990 units, to go and just have an observation. It has actually assisted us to improve our collection rate to above 80%. But yes, we still say the 20% of collection is necessary. But we came up with a strategy because the economic conditions of the person changes. You may be renting today, you may be unemployed tomorrow. We don't willy-nilly just evict. We're trying to take those members either into service stands or into a PNG affordable housing. We're trying to stagger the response that if you are no longer affording, we just don't kick you out into the street. Honorable Chair, there's something happening there, but it's okay.
Yes, Honorable Minister, I also can hear it straight from here. Members, you are conversing aloud. If you want to have personal conversations, there's the door. You can go outside, have your conversation, and you can come back when you've concluded your private business. I now recognize the Honorable Ghana.
So thanks for that response. So one of the big issues, especially in the last 6 to, let's say, to a year, has been how South Africans are being priced out of the rental market in areas like Cape Town, especially the CBD. So when you look at the, let's say, the income range that you have given in terms for those that benefit from social housing, when those that might earn above that threshold
cannot afford, especially in Cape Town, where the prices have escalated way above the national average. Have you considered that it might be time to adjust upward the threshold of the qualifying individuals for social housing, especially as I've said, in areas like Cape Town, which has become unaffordable, even for people who earn above the current threshold?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. I'm going to admit that there are challenges. One from either failure to rent, and it's not only a challenge that Western Cape faces. If you look, for example, into the failure of Alu Ridge in KwaZulu-Natal, it was mostly about affordability. We're in the scene, we're trying to resolve that. We've got, yes, the extreme price range in the Western Cape, particularly the city of Cape Town. But we must also look into initiatives that they try to do to cover that. For example, just a stone throw is Conradi Park. Between ourselves, the province, national, and Shara, which has got BNG program in it. It's a mixed-use development. It is housing people right in town. The one I said was launched in Somerset East is the same, right in town. And it houses people of that range in town. Does that mean it is sufficient? No. But what are the mechanisms we're trying to do as well as the state? Because really we must match the rent of business. If we're unable to, we need to allow them space to participate. We're trying to capture into the land of the state that is within CBDs for repurpose in terms of social housing. We're trying even into projects that we're dealing with in terms of duplexes rather than the mainland stand that we're doing to maximize on the numbers and densify closer to amenities that are in town. Yes, we need a debate that is clearly different in terms of occupation in the city of Cape Town, particularly if it needs to be discussed that our quotas really showing the number and favorably the transformation program that needs to be taken to accommodate other races as well in the CBD of the city of Cape Town. Thank you very much. Even myself, I don't afford. So below what a member of parliament earns, I mean, really, you could imagine. Thank you.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Magagula.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, can you further elaborate whether the Social Housing Regulatory Authority has, over the past 5 financial years, identified any instances where accredited social housing institutions or other delivery agents failed to comply with approved affordability requirements, target market income bands, or other regulatory conditions? If so, how many such cases were identified? What corrective or enforcement measures were taken against the affected institutions? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makakula. I did say that, yes, we've got a compliance program. I did indicate, for example, the difficulties that we have. I just lifted up one, for example, in eThekwini. But you may go into one of our social housing projects in Mahike, if I recall very well, which was validated figure covering all the challenges and the categories of non-compliance over the period of time is set and static. It means we need to make sure that we deal with compliance audits, we deal with tenants audit, we identify the needs that need to be reviewed time and again and periodically. As I have said, rent relates to markets, rents relate to economic activity. If we do here companies offloading people, retrenching people, that has a direct impact either to a private developer or to a state developer like Shara. So it includes formal notices to non-compliance, but as I've also said, it includes us being a caring state, such that we put measures that assist our own beneficiaries of such issues to say, if they are no longer qualifying because of changed economic stance in society, what remedial measures can we put in place to accommodate them so that they are able to benefit into the streams of other human settlement basket. It creates a balance in compliance with what first home financing can be. Those who went to Brazil have learned, for example, a rent to buy strategy, which we think we are putting our heads together to show that if government subsidizes you in a rental, ultimately that's not money that can't be your permanent investment or permanent benefit. Will we be able to launch a rent to buy type of a system as attached to our social amenity? But we're still really at the beginning on this last part. But we do believe it is a need in eradicating and bringing people closer into cities for where they would want to be working.
Thank you, Honourable
Closer
Minister.
to convenience. Thank you.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mpiti.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, we have seen, and I think you can agree with me, that social housing is one of the best solutions that I think we have as a country to deal with the housing crisis that we have in our country. But there still remains a very big problem with contractors who are failing to complete the buildings that they are building when it comes to social housing. We have contractors that are defaulting and still getting more tenders in other departments, in other entities, housing entities within the department. Can the minister please explain what is the plan to blacklist these contractors who continue to benefit while failing to build houses for the people of this country? Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpiti, for that question. Jointly with the Department of Public Works, we've already had 2 or 3 sessions with Minister Dean McPherson in terms of harmonizing our norms and standard ones for building quality and approval and assurance processes, which links even our NHBRC norms and standards of assessments and valuation into the chain. The ticket ultimately will lie with the Department of Public Works upon our submission in relation to blocking. Particularly that they are able to default in one stream of government program but benefit into the other. That suggests that together with the, I'm forgetting the agency that takes care of the building that Minister McPherson is dealing with, to do a consolidated list of government of all contractors who are not compliant, not only in relation to human settlement, but overall. And I do believe that there will be progress. But what have we done in relation to those which are either blocked or are stagnant or are hijacked? We've taken a back view and assessed all of them. We're able, if I'm not wrong, in the financial year that has passed, to identify 9 SHIs that either had problems in terms of rental collection or in terms of completion or in terms of being abandoned. Closely and monitor them in basis of what the evidence is there, so that we could be able to unlock the projects, get them to conclusion. If there is defaulters in terms of construction as developers, we submit them into the partnership that I've already alluded to with Minister McPherson. It is the partnership that actually has led to the release of 2,400 hectares. We are contemplating that our MINMEC coming will take a direct stance that municipalities, provinces are not allowed to buy land for human settlement purposes without verifying with us and Public Works as to the area that they want to use. If it's government owned, can't it be given as a first right of housing South Africans? And you will know that the major cost drive in our budget for human settlement is the purchase of land, followed by park. Park is understandable.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
You want to hand over a house that is connected. Thank you.
The fourth supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Ngobesi.
Thank you, House Chair. Honourable Minister, considering the recent news of undocumented foreign nationals occupying government-subsidized housing in KwaZulu-Natal, what measures are in place to ensure that these resources are reserved for South African citizens and legal refugees?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. There may be deficiencies in our national housing needs register, but there's one deficiency that is not there, that the houses are allocated to South Africans. They are allocated to South Africans. We continue to educate South Africans to respect the dignity that has been given back to them through a form of an allocation of a house. Even at the time where we now issue out title deeds. Much as it has been bad, in my assessment, as I do the work on a day-to-day basis, I do believe that had we released title deeds in acceleration as we did the houses, we'll be actually more step back now because people were going to be able to sell those houses with the permission to change. Whatever would have happened between the change of hands in terms of money or however you're selling is not registered at the deeds register. So government can still lay a claim. Maybe yes, what I can accept as a bold policy question is what will I do in case there are instances which are proven? I've been given a list in Rudeport, for example. I went there and I was told that a whole area is taken over by foreigners. When I come, there is a South African who says, this house is mine, but this is my partner. And it's beyond what I can say who stays in that house. But the house is given to a South African. I think that's the benefit that we have. We can proudly say we've changed the lives of South Africans, but we must educate them that there is value in them owning their property, including the land that they've received for free. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Ghana.
Thanks, Minister. And maybe I didn't want to get in when you answered because I knew that I've got a second chance. Because my question is closer to what Honorable Magagula raises around the income band. Because that's so you have dynamics, and in your last statement before you sat down, you were expressing the dynamic wherein there are people who earn too much to qualify for the social housing in Cape Town, but too little to afford the rental. So the private rental, they can't afford. And it is for that reason that I ask whether you are considering to amend or adjust the income band so that this missing middle can at least have a place where they can also call a home where they can sleep and be able to provide or be productive in the economy. And that is the part that I think you missed. If you could just respond to that, I'll appreciate it.
Honourable Minister.
Honorable House Chair, thank you. No, you're right. I nearly said Comrade Ghana. Honorable Ghana, you're correct. There is, in the House, yes. There is a missing gap, which I was trying because of time, unfortunately, I had to cut. Where I was trying to explain that there are two, in fact, measures that we're trying to do. One, I explained to it, we're trying to move towards a rent to occupy, to buy. Two, to increase the band, which is between that 1.8 to 22,000. But also to make sure that there is a balance between currently, if the first option is not yet part of the policy, is to make sure that you create a balance between social housing and first home financing, which is a right to own your first house without necessarily spending so much in renting. So I'm trying to create that balance. If our fiscus was allowing us, actually in both these categories, the social housing and the first home financing, we should be increasing in terms of the band. Remember, first home housing says 3.5 to 22,000. But already banks, commercial banks are ahead of us. They are 3.5, 35,000. Yet as government, we are still at 22,000. That automatically indicates to us that we need to cover the wage increase of the person to be categorized. That will be a clerk, a sergeant, police, a person who works in a filling station, etc., to be part of either the rental stock or the owning through first home financing. So I completely agree with you. Maybe kumele ngifake amafutha and hope that ubabgodongwana uzofaka imali. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Members, question number 537 has been asked by the Honourable Kegakilwe to the Minister of Water and Sanitation. The question is as follows. Considering the long-standing dispute between Ngaka Modiri Molemo District Municipality and the Magalies Water Board regarding the approximately 364 million rand debt owed to the Magalies Water Board, what steps has she taken to facilitate the resolution of the historical debt? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, House Chair, and to Honorable Kehakile. The issue of municipal debt that are owed by municipalities, we have raised it some time ago, Chair. We have made engagement with all municipalities that are owing our water boards. Some municipalities have already started to pay the water boards, but they are not very consistent in paying. They do that when we talk to National Treasury to withhold the equitable share. A month thereafter, they will pay, but 2 months down the line, they abscond again. We must go back to the National Treasury. But now the National Treasury, we have already made a submission of close to 16 municipalities that are just not paying the water boards. But also, if you look closer to the matter, municipalities are also owed. They are owed by different government departments at a national level, at a provincial, as well as other entities. So we said municipalities must also apply what we are doing because we want them to pay us. So they must ensure that the departments that are owing them, their budget are withheld by the National Treasury. Because if they do that, we know we're going to benefit and our water boards are going to be paid. So they are paying. Unfortunately, we cannot not give water just because we're paid by municipalities. So what we are doing through the water boards is to ration water. At some point you lower the pressure at night so that there must not be a lot of water, but that is not assisting because the debt is growing. Honorable Kehaki knows that when we reported here last year, it was 24 billion. We are now standing at 28 billion of the debt that is owed by municipalities. Other municipalities tell you point blank that we are unable to pay. Our own consumers are not paying. They are just taking water. But also, even if the water has been paid, but as long as you still have leaks, that will also connect to water demand and a lot of water. So currently, we are engaging with those municipalities to pay what they can afford. Because the water boards, unfortunately, they're not subsidized by government. They are self-financed. So that is what we have done up to this far, but there is a progress on other municipalities, but on others, it's very difficult. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Kehakilwe.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, despite the historic debt owed by Ngaka Mudiri Molema District Municipality, back including Buputazwana era, the municipality is currently up to date with their payments to Mahalis. Furthermore, since 2014, the Water Service Infrastructure Grant and the Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grant allocation has been withheld from the municipality. In light of the municipality's improved payment record, when does the department intend to restore this grant allocation to the municipality? If there are no plans to restore the grant, what are the reasons for this decision? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much for that follow-up, Honorable Kehakilwe. What we have agreed upon is that when the municipalities has paid, when the municipality has paid and their invoices are up to date, then we write off the historical debt. So I will follow up on what Honorable Kehakilwe has said, to follow up to say, if they are up to date, why are they not getting the 2 grants, but why also is their debt not being written off when they are up to date? Because they don't have control over the debt of Buputazwana and other time, because we have agreed on writing off the historical debt if the municipality is up to date in paying the current invoices. I will follow up and send a proper update to Honorable. Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Moore.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honourable Minister, the failure of municipalities to pay water boards is not a technical issue. It is a governance failure that threatens the whole water supply chain. Ngaka Modiri Molema District Municipality, another ANC-led municipality, is one of Machali's Water's largest customers, contributing 13% of revenue, yet it owes hundreds of millions of rands to Machali's Water. Last year, this committee was warned that Machali's Water itself faced possible bankruptcy, threatening millions because municipalities were not paying. Does the minister accept that municipalities that do not pay for bulk water are putting not only their own residents at risk, but also other municipalities and communities served by Machali's Water? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Thank you, Honourable Moore. It is true that Machali's big customer is Ngaka. And when Ngaka is not paying, it will also affect other municipalities, not only one municipalities. If any water board collapse, it means all municipalities that are getting water, even those that are paying, will also suffer because of one municipality. And we have engaged with this municipality, and I'm happy to announce that the MEC for Kokta is also hands-on on this one, and he is talking to municipality and assisting municipality through partnership with the private sector so that municipality can pay. Across the country, where water boards are owed, it is not only a risk to that municipality, it's a risk to entire province. For instance, the Val Central, having been owed a huge amounts by Machabeng, it will affect Free State, it will affect Northern Cape should it collapse. That is why our intervention was to rescue all water boards, that they must not collapse, because it will, when they collapse, it will be a disaster for all of us. Thank you.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Abada.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, Machali's Water is a state entity and the municipality is also an organ of state. Does this dispute not simply reflect one arm of government suing another while communities suffer? At what point does the department intervene decisively instead of merely facilitating discussions between two entities that ultimately report to government? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable, for that follow-up question. Yes, Machali's is a state-owned enterprise, but this entity is not financed by government. Like all other boards, they are not financed by government. They are self-sustained, but they become self-sustained when they are paid by municipalities. So it is as part of the SLA, they are supposed to pay. When they don't pay, the recourse is one is to approach the courts, and the courts must then give us that ruling that municipalities must pay. But still, we are very lenient in that. Even in Machabeng, they were supposed to be paying 62 million now, but they cannot afford. They are paying 30 million. So it means the water boards are, in a way, subsidizing municipalities. And if that is the case, they cannot be sustainable forever. So that is how the matter is. The situation is, unfortunately. Thank you.
The next supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Diale.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honourable Ministers, and yourself, we have just been informed that Ngaka has paid Machali's debt. Now, should that be the situation, please confirm to us as soon as you find information. But also, we all know that Machali's board is at a near collapse state. Which other municipalities are owing Machali's board to bring it to the state of dire as it is currently? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. That question that needs statistics on how many other municipalities, how much they are owing. I don't have the responses right now, but I can provide those responses. They pay, but they pay less. If you owe 13 million, you pay 1 million, it would be like you have not paid, but I will get all the details and update the honorable members through you, the office of the speaker. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Kehakile.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, please indicate to this August House whether the department has conducted any impact assessment on the withholding of equitable shares allocation as applied to municipalities such as Ngakamudiri Mulema, a district municipality, particularly in relation to its effect on the municipality's ability to provide basic water services to communities? If so, what were the findings and what alternative interventions are being considered to prevent service delivery deterioration while still ensuring municipal accountability for outstanding debt? And Minister, I just want to make it clear that currently the amount owed to Mahalis is a disputed historic debt. So the municipality must be assisted. That is why I also referred to it is that debt of Buputazwana from
Thank
Butelo.
you, Honorable
Thank
Member.
you,
Your
Chair.
time has expired. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Kehakilwe. The debt that Mahalis is disputing, they are saying they've inherited the debt. Then we are saying to them, pay what you have not inherited. Leave this other one that you are disputing, and we take it to a dispute resolution committee, but pay the current, the one that you are owing right now. And that is what they are not doing. That is what they are not doing. Two, what is the assessment? What is the impact assessment when it comes to withholding of the grant? The impact has been that they start paying, even if they don't pay the expected amount. But once you withhold their equitable share, because they will be unable to do other things, so they pay just for their equitable share to be released. Once it is released, they go back to square one and they don't pay. So that is what we are going through. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I will now proceed to questions that were transferred for oral reply. Question number 632 has been asked by the Honorable Mpiti to the Minister of Human Settlements. The question is whether from the start of the 7th Parliament to date, any official from her department attended party political study groups and or meetings in their official capacity. If not, what is the position in this regard? If so, what are the names of the officials? And what is the total number of study groups and or meetings they attended? And on what date was each study group or meeting held? What was the agenda and or topics covered in the study group? And what is the name of each political party that hosted each specified study group and or meeting? The Honorable Minister.
Honorable House Chair, thank you very much. I had requested additional time for the response of this question. I did, of course, preliminarily did send on what was a response that Honorable Mpiti has requested on, that the executive don't run caucuses and study groups of political parties. I understand them to be parliamentary mechanisms. The department does not compel any official or civil servant to participate in any activities of any political party. It is, however, noted that civil servants are allowed, in terms of their own constitutional rights, to join and participate in the activities of those formations, including standing or political office. So because I'm not a custodian of a study group, I don't hold records or notice of when a study group was held. That's the part that I can't be able to respond to. And we are not responsible, as we do not keep the records for that individual types of meetings for civil servants. I think the issue here is we allow each and every member of society to participate in building South Africa the way they see they so desire. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, there has been allegations made that in some committees that the ANC does invite officials to respond to questions from ANC honorable members within study groups. And my question is, does, in the honorable minister's view, believe that it is the correct thing to have officials of departments responding to ANC study groups questions, and whether or not that is indeed a separation of party and state or not? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. As I said, I'm not a custodian of study groups. Two, I've never received a complaint from any of my officials talking about them being compelled to do any other thing, nor being invited or forced for invitation to any study group or any meeting. It can only be on the basis of a complaint, possibly that officials are forced to attend what they desirably think is not what they should be attending. What I know is a constitutional right that each and every South African has, and they can be able to exercise it by their own choice. So I can't respond to allegations which don't affect me. There could be allegations somewhere, but I've got a team of people I work with, I've never heard them once complain. Though they belong to various parties, it has never even occurred to me that they will complain about other parties. No. Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Abada.
Thanks, Chairperson. Minister, if departmental officials are attending party political meetings in their official capacity, does this not amount to the blurring of the line between the state and political parties? And what disciplinary action will be taken against any official found to have used their office to advance partisan political interests rather than serving the people of South Africa? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Let me repeat myself for the purpose of the record. I am not aware of any members. I don't keep records. I've never received complaints about any other member of staff in the Department of Human Settlements who feels he or she has been compelled to attend anything by any part. Could it be a march? Could it be a study group? Could it be anything that relates to political activism? They have got their choice. They've exercised their choice or choices to a level that they never even thought it amounts to a complaint. Otherwise, the Labor Relations Act is very much clear. A member that is instructed, a staff member against his or her will follow the process and it will give us finality. So far, I don't have that, so I can't respond to consequence management on something that doesn't exist.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable James. Is the Honorable James on the platform? Seems to the member is not there. The fourth supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Ghana. Where is the Honorable Ghana? It's not here. And then the last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Public Service Commission has released an advisory note in which it says that it is not advisable for officials to attend study groups by political parties within this very House of Parliament. And my question, Honorable Minister, is where there are instances that you become aware of, are you willing to call out the fact that there must be a separation of party and state where these occurrences has happened, as informed by the Public Service Commission in its advisory note to this House? Thank you very much.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I haven't gone through the Public Service Commission report. I've seen it, it has been circulated, I'll go through it. But my point is, from what the question says, it says it is not advisable. My first point is these are technocrats with experts knowledge to know what they want to participate on. If they are forced, there are processes for them to report. Yes, as a executive authority, in case that happens, one will have to make sure that the law is fully abided with. I cannot comment on something that does not exist. I sit with no case, I sit with no complaint. If it has happened, we will make sure as the executive authority that the lines are not blurred. But I do believe that officials themselves understand clearly what is separation of powers. If there are any people who are forced, they must also come out. Honorable Msane says he will give me one, but I will attend to it when I receive the name. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Dr. Leklape, do you want to take the follow-up on behalf of Action SA?
Yes, I would like to.
Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, would you be able on behalf of the House to investigate officials that use state resources for party activity and come up with a policy? I accept the fact that they can do what they like, but they cannot be allowed to use state resources for party activity.
Honourable Member, that's a new question. It doesn't relate to the primary question. Maybe you can put that question to the next question session to the relevant minister, and then we'll be able to deal with it. But this one is a little bit off the mark at the moment. Thank you. Honourable members, question number 637 has been asked by the Honourable Mpiti to the Minister of Human Settlements. The question is, what total amount has the department spent on housing projects and programs in Mgene local municipality in each year over the past 10 financial years? And what number of housing units were delivered in each year? What is the total number of housing projects that are currently planned and or approved for implementation in the Mgene local municipality? What is the project name, the location, the number of housing units that are planned for each housing project, the budget allocation, and what is the anticipated start and completion date for each project? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I will subsequently submit the response. It's a pretty long and it may not fit into the time allocated for responding, Honorable Mpiti. Nonetheless, I will try. We've responded to this question with the assistance of the province of KwaZulu-Natal because it relates to Umgeni local municipality. And we have tabulated from 2016 financial year right up to the current 2025-2026, which we have just concluded financial year, and given the amounts of the budget and the numbers and the variance that would have been accumulated or spent or overspent in some instances. But Chair, we have also indicated, for example, in financial year 2018, 2019, 2021, 2022 to 2023, 23 to 2024, where there was no allocation, but there were accumulated expenditure, which comes from multi-year expenditures of the project. We have moved to C, Chair, I'm summarizing to the number of units that were delivered in each year. We are giving us a total of these from 2015 to 2016, houses being 544 and sites being 645. Of course, in the same formula, there are years where there were no sites that were done, and that will be indicated in the financial year, and there are years where houses in the particular municipality were not done in some of the financial years. And the transfers that we have totals to around 138, and it does indicate from the years as well. It's quite a number of about 10 financial years that the question covers. The total number of housing projects, we've also done that, listing all the projects, including their locations, as the question was requesting. Lions River, St. Joseph, Lensman, Hillside Society, for O's, Tumbleweed, Kwamevana, Ekaelisha, LaKwaZulu Natal, Ekaelisha. Sedara Kanya Village Nasempopomeni. Budget allocation overall to around 26, 27, it's close to around 11,872,000. Chair, as I said, we will provide the question to the honorable member. And the last part was talking to what we're anticipating and start the completion date for each of all the projects. So we break down the previous projects. For example, in Lions Valley, we do indicate that it got blocked due to services bulk and no date has been provided by the province. And then in other areas, we will, it's dealing with the timelines as well that we're anticipating between the now the sewer pump that is required to form part of the application by the municipality to complete the project. For example, that's Hilton Society 4. And then in Tumbleweed, we also have the same type of a challenge. But in the main, if I take a look of all the projects here, it indicating that they were blocked due to bulk services, which means our planning and our zoning and our project inception was not proper, because you cannot start the project where you do not have the allocated funds, particularly at the initiation stage. It needs to start with services so that you avoid the in situ building where you build for people, but you then come and try to put a pipe for sewer and anything else. Quite a number of those, Kanya Village, Kaelisha, and Popomeni were blocked because of that. We hope to complete on the 1st of March, 2029, Popomeni housing project. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Firstly, we congratulate as the DA the hard work being done by Mayor Chris Papas, as well as Deputy Mayor Sandile Mnigate, who are doing an incredible job of delivering services to the people of Umgeni. Honourable Minister, I want to ask, how many blocked projects that are delivered by the National Housing Department, Human Settlements Department, are there? And can you just outline any projects that are stalling and what are the reasons if there are any? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. National doesn't provide projects, doesn't do projects, except for disaster. Honourable Mpiti, not unless I don't understand your question. We are a concurrent function. We only approve business plans as submitted by municipalities to assist them to avoid, not to go into blocked, they've not planned properly, the spatial planning and whatever, for an advisory level. Once it gets approved, the money gets to be transferred to the province for implementation. We come in monitoring and oversight and unblocking of projects. So there is no project that is nationally driven, that is blocked, including this one where you are congratulating, where we've got challenges, Mgin, and the problems. The issue is the money, the business plan, because Mgin is not accredited, will be going to the province of KwaZulu-Natal as part of what will be submitted to us at national for verification, adoption jointly with the province, and therefore transferring of the money in relation to what they would. Yes, one will take a fault in instances where we should have been agile as national to make sure that.
Honourable Minister, my apologies. Honourable Pule on the virtual platform, switch off your microphone, please.
So we should have been agile, Honourable Mpiti, to make sure that projects that get to be approved in the business plan are business ready, are fit for purpose. They will not be blocked. Well, there could be some contractor issues or whatever, but if we pay attention to detail, we should be having less and less blocked projects. But we do not have national blocked projects that the department is implementing. Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Beasley. Is there a question from the Honourable Beasley? The third supplementary question from the Honourable Ghana. The fourth supplementary question from the Honourable Basson. Order, Honourable members.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Minister, before I get onto a horse, I put the saddle on. How can funds be transferred if proper planning is not done? When a business plan is submitted, should it not clearly state whether any new development can be connected to the current sewer and water line or not? What is the criteria your department holds any contractor accountable before paying monies out? It is clearly stated in the previous answer you've given that there's a lot of blockages. What is the plan to clear them?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I think I did explain the portion of us as national being agile in terms of trying to make sure that the criteria and due diligence is done appropriately. But I'm sure we also need to revisit the PFMA, which is very clear. In fact, the measure of a business plan is our own measure to ensure that we control the order of how provinces need to build. It's not regulated anyway. We are a transferring officer and they are a receiving officer as informed by a PFMA. They should then put their own measures in place to make sure that they deliver accordingly. But because we do not want to be an irresponsible national department, we assist them in planning, we assist them in making sure that the grants conditions accommodate the circumstances that are different from one province to the other so that they can be able to build appropriately. If it was all bad in the system that government has currently run, we wouldn't be talking singularly of having built 5 million houses. It's a worldwide feat that has never been achieved anywhere else in the world. I put my head on the block on that one. One does not say there are no challenges. Challenges are there, but we're saying to you, what measures are we putting in place to avert the challenges? If you have got social housing, for example, that has got over 80 projects which are successful, a collection rate there, and you have got 14 that are blocked. You cannot use a measure of 14 to say the system is collapsing. No, we are delivering. We are facing the challenges which differ from Northern Cape, Western Cape, to KwaZulu-Natal on the other side, so that we make sure that we are fit for purpose and we cut to the quality of the size of what our people deserve in their different areas. Mistakes, we accept them, we go back to the ground and fix them.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mpiti.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honourable Minister, it is true, yes, it is a concurrent function. My reference here is to speak about oversight, the oversight that the National Department is doing. What are some of the issues that the National Department has picked up when it has conducted the oversight in relation to Umgeni and the projects that you've mentioned? Can you please just outline that? And what are some of the mitigating factors that will be implemented to solve those issues? Thank you very much.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I think I've also indicated, Honorable Mpiti, outlining from the projects of what could have been the challenge. And in the main, I did indicate that from our oversight, we picked up that the challenge was mostly rolling out projects without proper planning in relation to bulk infrastructure. I then explained that the bulk infrastructure was then approached in a way of relaxing some of our conditions in terms of grants for the benefit of both the province and municipalities, particularly those who are not accredited and smaller municipalities like Umgeni. One, to be able to connect themselves to the grant, but to do the bulk, but to also accommodate people who are maybe needy but are not fitting into the PNG program. I further than that then gave you the allocation of sites, which are a measure to ensure that those who don't fit for a PNG, which is the RTP house, and don't fit for a commercial bank, but they are even given service sites so that they can be able to give. If you looked into the figures that I gave, there are more service sites, which is an intervention of national, 645 as compared to 544 that would have been built at the time that you have specified as part of your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Members, the time allocated for questions has now expired and outstanding replies received will be printed and answered. I request members to stand and wait for the presiding officer and the mace to leave the chamber. Order. That concludes the business for the day and the House is adjourned.